Good morning and welcome to today's interesting discussions and presentations. We are now at a point where we can officially kick off the BiodivNBS projects, all summarized in this catalog that is available here and also online, of course, through the biodiversa.eu website. So my name is Magnus Tannerfeldt. I am one of the co-chairs of the European Biodiversity Partnership Biodiversa Plus, and I have the privilege to kick off this kickoff meeting. First, I want to thank our French partners for making this meeting possible. We have, I won't say the long names, but it's ANR, OFR, FRB, and the Ministry for Ecology, and of course the University of Montpellier, who is our host here in this beautiful city. I also want to say a very special thanks to the operational team of Biodiversa Plus, the Secretariat, spearheaded by Clara Superbi, and the Archie and all the fantastic colleagues who are working day and night to make this week happen and be as successful as possible. I also want to say welcome and thank you in advance to all the coordinators and PIs of the projects who are funded that we will hear about today, the European Commission colleagues that you will hear from in a minute, and of course all the Biodiversa Plus partners and especially the funding organizations who are putting the money to the projects that we will talk about today. I also want to say thank you very much to the evaluation committee and all the experts who have contributed both in the run-up to the call, formulating the call text, but very much so also in the evaluation. And we will hear more about this from one of the co-chairs of the evaluation committee in a minute. And of course, thank you all the participants here in the room and online for joining us today for this really interesting meeting and discussions. So I just want to remind you or tell you that if you are posting on the internet, please use the hashtag BiodivNBS, and you can also tag Biodiversa Plus. I should also say that this meeting is being recorded, so you can see it afterwards. And the slides as well will be shared on our biodiversa.eu website. And we expect around 160 participants online and in total 120 participants here in the room today in Montpellier. Now, what we will do today is that we will first give an overview of the call. We will hear from the European Commission the thoughts about this, and we will hear from the evaluation committee co-chair Claire Brown, and then we will have two very interesting keynote talks and a discussion with a panel here on the topic of NBS. So you are welcome to put questions in the room or through the website or the chat on the and then we will have very brief but interesting glimpses of the projects that now will be starting. So you will have just a couple of minutes from each, but then there will also be time for discussions and follow-up questions and so on for each in several sections. And then we will have round up with a bit about the follow-up work and the communication around this call and the projects. So with this, very welcome again. And first of all, I'd like to give the floor to our colleagues from the European Commission. It's Bénédicte Blaudeau from DG Research and Innovation, who is a policy officer there, and Susanna Gionfra from DG Environment, who is the policy officer for biodiversity and nature-based solutions. Please.
Thank you, Magnus. It's the other way around, actually, but no problem. We're very happy also to warmly welcome you today to this kickoff meeting of the NBS projects on behalf of the European Commission. So represented today in Montpellier by both the Director General for Environment and the Director General for Research and Innovation, which are the two policy DGs responsible for the Biodiversa Plus partnership. As you have heard now multiple times, nature-based solutions are actions to protect, conserve, restore, and sustainably manage ecosystems to address social, economic, and environmental challenges while benefiting biodiversity, supporting ecosystem services, and contributing to human well-being. So the deployment of nature-based solutions is needed to achieve our climate and biodiversity goals and ensure a just transition. And NBS are core to the approach and objectives of the EU Biodiversity Strategy for 2030 and crucial for the implementation of EU environmental legislation, such as the Nature Restoration Regulation, but not only. And they're also relevant across policies. And this is why the Commission has worked with Biodiversa to co-develop and co-fund the NBS call on nature-based solution for biodiversity, human well-being, and transformative change. Biodiversa is a unique actor to bridge research, policy, and practice. And in its mission to support excellent research on biodiversity with impact for policy and society, it's identified as a cross-cutting theme, better knowledge for the development, deployment, and assessment of NBS in a global change context. And it is working to deliver on this, notably through its flagship program on NBS and biodiversity evaluation. And now the BiodiVNBS projects will build and complement on this work already undertaken by the partnership. So the BiodiVNBS projects will help assess and tackle barriers to NBS implementation, working with diverse stakeholders, including the private sector, governments, civil society, and underrepresented groups, such as indigenous or marginalized communities. They will help promote the case for financial and societal investment in NBS, address gaps in the study of NBS involving existing natural or protected ecosystems, and provide evidence-based narrative on tipping points and critical trade-offs, as well as on synergies among the different societal challenges, including the protection of biodiversity.
So the BiodiVNBS call and the 34 projects that have been selected and that are kicking off today are yet another concretization of the efforts to bring biodiversity back on a path to recovery and ultimately to ensure that people live in harmony with nature. In fact, this call has attracted an exceptional number of applications, which is a testament to the very high relevance that this topic is holding. These projects, but also the Biodiversa Plus partnerships overall, are not alone in this mission. And I want to reiterate what I already said yesterday. There are many initiatives and projects that have been funded by the EU as a recognition of the need to bring about innovative solutions that are posing biodiversity and the health of ecosystems at their core. And in this landscape, the BiodiVNBS projects are definitely adding to and complementing the knowledge and practice that is generated by this initiative. So from Horizon Europe to LIFE to Interreg, and the list goes on, all the things that we talked about yesterday. In fact, while nature-based solutions have been gaining increasing tractions, the barriers and challenges continue to persist. They are related to their effectiveness, to their enabling factors. So the BiodiVNBS call will definitely help enable successful implementation with respect to the benefits for nature, for human well-being, and for societal transformations. It is crucial, therefore, to join all efforts towards building and expanding an NBS community. And again, initiatives such as Network Nature, with whom Biodiversa Plus has already established collaboration, already have this mission. And so it is in this spirit that we strongly encourage collaboration among the funded projects, but also with other ongoing initiatives and networks, so as not to duplicate our efforts, but rather to create synergies and maximize the impacts that can be jointly created. In order to support this, I want to stress the importance of communication, dissemination, and exploitation efforts, so as to ensure that both the success stories, but in general, the lessons learned that can be shared among the projects. One project can be a great inspiration for another, but there are also a lot of lessons learned that can be shared. So to make sure that all of this is not lost, but rather becomes an important resource to build on. And we want to conclude by thanking the partnership for coordinating and implementing the BiodiVNBS call, all the partners co-funding the call, all those involved in the evaluation process, and of course, all those that replied to the call. So I remind you that there was a record of over 183 eligible pre-proposals received. We also want to thank our French hosts for their hospitality and for hosting this event here in the lovely city of Montpellier. And we congratulate all the successful applicants involved in the 34 selected projects and very much look forward to learning more about this today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I do stand corrected. I should never read off the prompter. I should think instead. Of course, Bénédicte she is the policy officer, but for DG Environment. And Susanna is from the DG Research and Innovation. So, and you are still around. You will not be on the panel, but if you have questions and so on, you can pick up, and you're always welcome to chip in during the day here today. So thank you so much, and thank you for the great cooperation with the Commission that has led to our launch of the call. Now, with this, I think it's time to give a bit of presentation of Biodiversa Plus, and especially the work that we do on nature-based solutions. And for this, I will start off with a sort of general presentation, and then Chiara Baldacchini, who is the lead of our nature-based solutions work, will come and complement on those issues. So first of all, what is Biodiversa Plus? For those who are not so familiar with the partnership, I'll just give a few glimpses of what it is. It is a partnership under Horizon Europe, co-funded by the European Commission. And the overall aim is to support excellent research and biodiversity with an impact for policy and society. When it comes to research calls, we have launched one basically every year for many, many years, also in previous versions of Biodiversa Plus. In total now 14 calls, if I counted correctly, and sometimes in partnership with other organizations, and 8 of them with the European Commission. And we have funded more than 200 transnational projects and have put more than 200 million euros towards this research. So the partners in Biodiversa, we have 83 partners from 41 countries, and primarily these are ministries in charge of research, research funding organizations, ministries in charge of the environment, and environmental protection agencies. So these are the people with the money and the power over management, which is a great asset, of course, when you want to get things done. And we have a portfolio of different types of activities. On the top there is promoting and supporting research. So that's the research calls. But we also have a very large work stream on biodiversity monitoring, supporting to harmonize transnational monitoring. And we work a lot with policy, so science to policy, like yesterday we had a science to policy forum, for example. We work with the global aspects of European research, but we also have partners, as you may know, around the world. And we have a specific work stream on nature-based solutions, which Chiara will talk about in a minute. And overall, we have a budget of over 800 million euros in cash, in kind. And as you can see from the pie chart, about 1/3, the green part, is biodiversity monitoring, and 2/3 is for research. So research funding, and then we have a little bit of other activities, as I said. But the big part of the money goes to research and monitoring. We have a strategic agenda, of course, for our work with different themes. I won't go into that, but you can find the strategic agenda online if you're interested. And what we call flagship programs that will where we collect all the different types of work that we do on a specific topic, for example, nature-based solutions, including the science to policy work, the communication, and the research results from the course, and then to achieve, we combine all that work to achieve the impact down the line that we want. And here are the latest calls that we have had in the partnership. And of course, what we do is always in a very wide, ever-increasing and complex and also ever-moving landscape of other networks, funding organizations, European partnerships and so on. And we try as best as we can to connect to all those that are relevant and work with them. So we're always open for possibilities to find synergies or collaborations. So with that, I leave the word to Chiara to explain a bit more about our work on nature-based solutions specifically. Please.
Thank you, Magnus, and good morning, everybody. Yes, I will go briefly a bit more into the nature-based solutions activities of Biodiversa and Biodiversa Plus. Since someone already showed an adapted version of this graphs yesterday, but it's very famous and commonly used within the NBS community. And this is an adapted version I prepared because I had the global standard UCN and the EU impact evaluation framework reported in the handbook prepared by Network Natures a few years ago. And just to show you that this is the timeline across which the NBS definition and framework has been developed since the first time the nature-based solution concept arose. And this is the pathway that brings us then finally to the unified definition by UNEA released in 2022 that most of you also, I suppose all of you already know. So I will not spend few words on this, just to highlight that these are the three pillars of the definition that also the Commission previously mentioned, so that NBS are ecosystem-based approaches, they are multifunctionality by definition, and that they are evidence-based, they're based on an evidence-based adaptive management. So these three pillars are finally now stated, and that's it. And which role Biodiversa played in this process? As you can see, Biodiversa is here. It works? No. Okay. Around 2014, you know the small green rectangular shape? Yes. There is when Biodiversa set up a workshop, and this workshop was about what an NBS is. So the first workshop organized within the project and with experts in the field to define what an NBS is was organized by Biodiversa in 2014. Maybe most of you doesn't know, but I would like to spend some words about it. And from the report that was the outcome of that workshop, then we obtained the first and actually used classification for nature-based solution that all of us already use. So the type 1, 2, 3 classification, already known also as Agremont et al. Definition of NBS types. This comes from Biodiversa. This is a Biodiversa output, and is the only recognized classification that we actually used in our NBS community. Just to know, this was just to let you know that the history between Biodiversa and Biodiversa Plus and NBS is very long and full of meaning. This was just an example. So starting from this seminar workshop, then Biodiversa continuously explored the NBS research and innovation landscape, as I showed you also yesterday, by collaborating with the most relevant, not only EU initiatives. Yesterday we had Daniela and Victoria talking here from Nature Network and United Nations perspectives about nature-based solutions. They are both partnered with us in the Nature Network initiative that we already presented largely, so I will not spend any other word on this. And also, but with the aim not only of mapping, which is something about which we already talked, but also with the perspective of design the future of research and innovation, exactly as we did in 2014. So what we would like to do from now on about NBS, we know what has been done. We have also contributed a lot, also by funding this call, and you will contribute as much as more. But what is going to be done in the future? We slightly talked about it also yesterday. And so some questions are arising inside the discussion within Biodiversa Plus, and we are discussing about how to explore these questions, which are now on the table. And as you can see, I wrote there which work package is in charge of answering to what. This is to demonstrate that NBS is really a flagship program across Biodiversa Plus, because every workshop, work package is involved in this discussion. The two images that you see are about the two scoping reviews, which has been prepared by Work Package 4, and which has been released, that I invite you all from the project especially to read, since they are full of meaning and information, and they are about the two main nexus we have to explore then, which is the nexus between biodiversity and NBS and transformative change, and which represents somehow the future of research and innovation in this field, in our perspective. How you can contribute. The project collaboration is crucial in this process. You can collaborate to the building of knowledge and the exploring of future research road in two ways, basically, by means of clustering activities, clustering within the NBS call, clustering with the other calls, or clustering with other initiatives. You can see here also the pop-up with the name of the work packages that are mainly leading these activities, or building the knowledge and make it available through the production of success stories that WP6, which is the work package involved in the communication, can disseminate out of Biodiversa to be of inspiration of other colleagues, or uploading your case studies on the relevant repositories, or disseminating through different ways, according also, if you want, to the guidelines that we have published. So Biodiversa is going to support you, but you have to support us. We have to work together, the project and the partnership, in developing knowledge and future line of research. Just to let you know, for two examples, the BiodiVCLIM project worked by clustering their activities into a knowledge hub, which was dedicated to NBS. In particular, the focus was on NBS and climate change adaptation and mitigation. What is a knowledge hub within Biodiversa is the voluntary collaboration among the partners from the same call that decide to discuss about a topic from their different perspective, which should be, of course, related to the call topics. For instance, the BioDiv Knowledge Hub discussed about this team. 21 of the projects was involved. What they obtained? They produced a report that is going to be published as a scientific paper, where 25 gaps have been grouped into broad categories, gaps of knowledge and gaps of expertise that should be filled according to their expertise and to their projects and to their knowledge. Another example, the final conference of this Knowledge Hub will be in June, together with the final conference of the project. So I will invite you to be in contact with our website and to be aware about this initiative, because it can be relevant for you. And another example is that you can share your knowledge by uploading case studies in NBS platform. I already talked about it yesterday. We released this guideline. And here you can see that among the 115 platforms that we have screened, we selected 12. For these 12, which are those where case studies can be uploaded by the users, which we prepare as schematic representation that you can see on the right, one for each one of these platforms, where you can find the main information, so the link where to go for uploading, which information are useful for you. And most importantly, the focus this platform has on biodiversity, because do not forget, we are in Biodiversa Plus, okay, even if you're talking about NBS. And also a focus on the business topic, which how much high the focus on the business is for this platform. So you can choose which is the best platform for you according to this schematic representation, or according the workflow that you can see on the right, that you can also find interactively at this QR code, and you can select from the left side. What are you interested for? Are you interested, for instance, in obtaining data for monitoring, or you have data for monitoring to upload, or even you can search for a case study which has data for monitoring because you want to know its impact. So you have to select the main content on the right and the main societal challenges on the left, and then by following the flow, some of the platform will be highlighted, and then you can also further check according to the focus on business or biodiversity or on both. So this is a small weak tool, but we thought it would be important to navigate among the net. And we hope that it will help you, and you will help us. And so good work, and we are happy to have you here. Keep in touch. These are the contacts of me and of the other co-leads in Work Package 3, which is Lars Dines, and which is set there. And if you want more information about the guidelines and the interactive tool, you can contact the team from the task 3.3.1 of Biodiversa Plus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chiara. You will be in the panel later, but are there any immediate questions on what has been said so far by Chiara or me or European Commission colleagues? No? Okay. So great. So I have the great pleasure to welcome Claire Brown on stage. You are the co-chair for the evaluation committee who selected the projects, who did a great work to really go through this all, and you will tell us about the process and the outcomes. I also want to mention, so you were the co-chair for policy and management, and we also had a co-chair for the scientific side. So we have these two sides of the panel to make sure that the projects are properly evaluated from both aspects. And this is Rachel Besner-Kerr, who could not be here today, unfortunately. So you will have to represent both of the co-chairs and the entire evaluation committee. Please, the floor is yours.
No pressure. Okay, so I'm going to give you some general impressions of the call and some facts and figures. So as funders, you'll know what the landscape was. And for those of you that had successful projects, you'll be able to put yourself in that process as well. Okay, so as mentioned, just so you get a bit of a broad scope here, there were 262 pre-proposals submitted, which is an extraordinary large amount of proposals that were all diligently read by a number of people. These were all ranked, and 108 then were selected for the full proposals, and these were submitted. And from this, 34 projects were funded, and which gives us about a 12% success rate. So if you're in that 34 projects, you've done an incredibly great job to get through that process from 262 to 34 projects selected. And this basically equates to around 41 million euros has been given from the various funders to these projects as well, which is a substantial contribution to this area of work. Okay, so if you remember, there were three themes for this call. One looking at synergies and trade-offs, one looking at mitigating drivers of biodiversity loss, and then the third one looking at the link for NBS to transformative change. And here on the left-hand side of the slide, you can see how the funded proposals lined up with those themes. So it's not exact, but it's about a third to each of those themes, and some proposals will address a couple of those themes. So overall, all themes have been addressed by the projects that have been selected. Okay, also just looking at, through the different ecosystems there, unsurprisingly, there were more proposals addressing terrestrial compared to inland water, coastal, marine and air, but proposals were selected across all of those. So there is a selection of projects for each of those ecosystems as well. And no particular ecosystem was favoured there, you can see from the pre-proposals through to the funded proposals. Okay, participating countries. Within the countries that participated in these calls, 82% come from biodiversa countries, but importantly, there was a percent of countries, of people who are part of the projects that aren't from biodiversa countries. So they're there as either subcontractors or as self-funded participants. So the reach of Biodiversa Plus is beyond its countries that are participating as well. People want to participate in these calls, is my take-home message from this as well, which is great to see. Budget. Obviously, some countries have more funded proposals compared to others, but nearly all Biodiversa partners have a project in this call. Not all quite, but they're all there, mostly. So it's looking good, and it's looking like a very great collaborative space there. Okay, the coordinators sitting in this room. And as you can see from the right-hand side of the funded projects, while there are a number of countries that do dominate this space, there is a very broad range of projects there, a broad range of coordinators from a number of different countries as well. So if you've not met somebody from another country yet, find your favorite country and meet another coordinator as well. So, because you'll need to come together anyway. And all this is demonstrating, once again, is that the proposals come from a broad range of countries, and we're not favouring any particular country there. Okay, all of this information is in this document here, which can be downloaded from the website, and the brochure is also, there might be some still available at the front desk. But it does give you an overview of all the 34 countries. We will get our 2-minute spiel from all of them, but that doesn't quite do it justice. So just as some examples, and these are randomly picked. These are not giving any favoritism to any project here. All I wanted to do was, often I think people think about MBS as within cities and within that city landscape. And all I really wanted to do was highlight that within these funded projects, and you'll hear about these today, is there's a really broad range of projects here, really innovative ideas that cover quite a scope of topics, actually. So everything from agricultural lands through to looking at local and traditional knowledge in MBS, looking at salt lands, and then looking at nature-based solutions as a way of meeting the EU nature restoration targets. So there's, I mean, I've only just touched on 4 here. There's quite a broad range here and very innovative topics. So please do dig in and have a look at some of these as well. Highlighting the evaluation committee here because it's all confidential until this stage. So a big thank you to those of you who are in the audience who are part of that panel as well, both the scientific panel and the policy management panel. They tirelessly worked through 2 rounds of proposals and in a very robust manner as well, bringing their knowledge and looking at what was written down and following the criteria. So just a big call out to you guys as well for making Rachel's and my job easier as the chairs. But now the 34 projects can see who evaluated their proposals as well. Okay, so yes, going quickly through the evaluation process so that if you're not aware, the first step, those 262 projects did submit a pre-proposal, which is a 5-page project description. This is evaluated by 2 of those scientific members and 2 of the policy management members. And they do have to reach a threshold. And so there's a criteria. So science looks at the fit for scope and the novelty of the research, which is why we get these very innovative projects. And then the policy and management side look at the societal and policy impact component as well, which is why we get innovative projects that do reach, well, hopefully will have some societal and policy impact at the end as well. The ones that were then chosen went through to a second stage, producing a 16-page document, much longer, but it goes through the same process. There are 2 scientific members review that, 2 policy and management members review that as well. And then there's a whole external review process as well. So there's an external reviewers then also review that. And the evaluation committee have that information as well as their own evaluations to look at as well and discuss and where we rank the proposals. And this is this ranking that then goes to the funders to make that decision on how many are funded, depending on their envelope that they have of money available. So it's quite a rigorous process there. Okay. Just a couple of reflections, partly because I also want to reflect on the management committee, the evaluation committee that was there. Everyone brought a very high degree of expertise and worked really well together, which was great, which meant that we managed to come up with there was a degree of consistency, very high degree of consistency across rapporteurs and readers and evaluations, and we were able to come up with this ranked list. All topics have been addressed. As you saw, all themes were addressed, and we managed to find, well, projects address all of those ecosystems, so terrestrial, inland, and coastal. They're all very transdisciplinary, these projects as well. They're not natural science, pure natural science or pure social science. Many of the teams bring together a broad range of disciplines together, expertise together, and stakeholder communities as well. And as I've mentioned before, all these innovative projects will deliver both on the scientific research, but also and deliver something that's relevant for policymakers at the regional, national, and international scale as well. So I think all I have to say here is, on behalf of the evaluation committee, is a big congratulations to the 34 projects. Well done, and we look forward to following your projects through the next 3 years and look forward to sort of midterm results and ultimately those final results and seeing what impact they have. So I think we should give the project coordinators a big round of applause and thank them very much, and good luck for your journey.
Thank you so much, Claire, and also Rachel, who I hope is joining us online today. It's a huge work, as you understand, to sift through these 262 proposals, finally ending up with this excellent bunch, again, presented in this beautiful catalog that is available online. And I can testify that you do take this work really seriously. They are so dedicated, all the evaluators and experts contributing to this work. So thank you very much for that. Are there any immediate questions to Claire around the process or the... You're happy, right? We should ask the other projects. Let's not. Okay, sorry for that. Right, so thank you so much. Now we will have 2 keynote talks to set the stage a bit, and then we will have a bit of a panel discussion after that. And I would like to invite first Laura Wendling on stage, who is a senior research scientist from SINTEF in Norway. And you will talk about nature-based solutions to reverse environmental degradation and biodiversity loss. So please, Laura, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Magnus. And I would also like to thank the organizers and our hosts for having me here today. This is such a spectacular location. And anyone who has not yet had the opportunity to visit the Botanical Garden, I would strongly encourage you to do it today because it's fabulous. Okay, so I was asked to talk about nature-based solutions and how they can reverse environmental degradation and biodiversity loss. And my first thought was, well, of course. But then I thought maybe we should unpack this a little bit further. So I'm going to present this for, I think, the 4th time this morning. We should all be well familiar at this point. And I think most of us read this definition and we think, yep, I know exactly what that means, and I know how to do it. So let's unpack it a little bit further. So if we look at the action words within our definition, we have protect, conserve, restore, and sustainably use and manage. So if we try to relate that to actual actions that we can take in NBS and related actions, we look at protection, so legally safeguarding ecosystems. These are things like nature reserves, wilderness areas, national parks, where the main objective is really to protect these systems from harm, from negative human impact. Conservation, on the other hand, I started looking into, what are all the different levels of conservation? And what are some of the most famous examples that come to mind? Probably most of us would think of things like the Serengeti, Ngorongoro Crater, the network of conservation areas within the Amazon. So here we're managing areas to conserve biodiversity for future generations, but we're not restricting, we're restricting, but we're not eliminating human use of those areas. Restoration is pretty obvious, I think, looking to reverse damage to ecosystems through things like reforestation, afforestation, reconnecting fragmented landscapes. And finally, we get into sustainable use and management. And this is one of those that I find particularly interesting because we say we want to fulfill the current needs without compromising future generations. And to me, there's so much room to move there. The examples that I see cited most frequently are things like community forestry. If we stay with the forestry sort of example, we've got Forest Stewardship Council certified management schemes, non-timber forest products, but there's a whole range of things that we can do to meet these requirements. And to me, NBS and biodiversity is a little bit of a circular argument, right? So we know that nature-based solutions derive their effectiveness from intact, healthy ecosystems. So ecosystem services delivery is contingent upon having functional, intact ecosystems. And ecosystems are optimally functional when they're rich in biodiversity. They're most resistant to major perturbations, able to weather, these big events. So we see that biodiversity plays a really central role in nature-based solution design, or it should, and outcomes. It's the foundation of the ecosystem function, its adaptive capacity, the ability to continually provide the services that we rely on. So it's a primary co-benefit of NBS actions. Again, seeing that sort of circular relationship. And really importantly, biodiversity represents a strategic priority in global and European policy frameworks. So at the risk of boring everyone who was here yesterday, I decided to kind of approach this question from a really broad and narrowing in policy frame and think about what are the other things that we can do to deliver biodiversity and deliver simultaneously on multiple policy objectives. So the Global Biodiversity Framework is probably the most obvious. And yesterday, Edna presented this really nice schematic where she showed how the 23 targets within the GBF are aligned with the 8 criteria and IUCN standards for NBS. I was not that thorough. I picked 3. So we have target 8, so minimizing impacts of climate change on biodiversity, building resistance. This really emphasizes how ecosystems, biodiversity, and climate are all inextricably linked. Target 11, we have restore, maintain, and enhance nature's contributions to people. So getting at NBS and supporting human well-being, providing social, economic, and environmental benefits simultaneously. And target 12, which is really specific to cities. Enhancing green spaces, urban planning for human well-being and biodiversity. But it doesn't stop there. If we look at European policy, nearly all the policies within the EU environmental and climate change framework either explicitly or implicitly support nature-based solutions and therefore support biodiversity. So we see that innovating with nature yields opportunities to address all these challenges while simultaneously delivering multiple co-benefits, social benefits, social justice, equity, more sustainable and resilient societies. And here I've just highlighted a few policies that strongly and explicitly support nature-based solutions. And I sort of asked the question, although maybe this isn't the right question. Maybe it's not, can we systematically embed biodiversity protection, conservation, restoration, stable use and management and monitoring, but how do we do this effectively? So I tried to sort of group policies and started thinking about this based on, the EEA report from 2021, which now I can't remember that. And just added to it and looked at which policies are going to be the easiest to address through nature-based solutions. Those that explicitly mention NBS in the policy itself, I've highlighted in bold here. I thought we'd just kind of walk through. So say I need to look at, I need to specifically address targets within the farm to fork strategy. How might I also address biodiversity? and simultaneously deliver multiple objectives. So I'm going to start with an easy one. So nature-based solutions are explicitly mentioned in the EU Forestry Strategy for 2030. So they're framed as an integrated approach to deliver climate, biodiversity, and socioeconomic co-benefits. And the way that we are encouraged to do this through the policy is to implement close-to-nature forestry and establish diversified, resilient forest ecosystems. The sort of actions that are highlighted are things like minimally disturbing soil, practicing selective logging, maintaining species diversity, year-round canopy cover, and notably community-based forestry. But there's other mention, restoration of degraded forests, reconnection of forest landscapes that have become fragmented, urban tree planting. So there's something for every type of landscape here. You're not only looking at only forest, rural areas, or only urban areas, but we can see how this strategy can be used to reconnect cities, urban areas, peri-urban areas with that broader landscape through nature-based solutions that also deliver biodiversity benefit. So nature-based solutions are not explicitly mentioned in land use change, and forestry regulation. There's moderate implicit support for NBS. But if we think about this a little bit more carefully, the land use change and forestry regulation encourages activities that maintain or enhance land-based carbon stocks. We know that this is really critical to achieve our climate adaptation, climate mitigation goals. And a really important way that we can do that is by having intact biodiverse ecosystems that store carbon and maintain sequestered and stored carbon in the long term. So I would argue that this policy actually pretty strongly supports the implementation of NBS and establishment of intact biodiverse ecosystems. So if we promote restoration and management of natural carbon sinks like forests, peatlands, and soils, we will see more biodiverse landscapes and more intact ecosystems as a result. So the activities that are included here as examples are things like afforestation and reforestation, obviously in NBS, agroforestry, hedgerows and buffer strips. We'll hear more about these later. Peatland rewetting and sort of management strategies to improve soil carbon stocks. The Life Peat Restore project is one that I thought was really good. And I think everyone has access to slides afterwards, right? Yeah. So I included the link and I'd encourage everyone to have a look. So everyone loves a wetland, right? Yeah. I mean, how could you not? Peatlands are really cool because they're a really unique wetland system and they're biodiversity hotspots. So if we restore peatlands and we achieve targets in land use change and forestry regulation, we are also achieving biodiversity. The Floods Directive is another one that doesn't explicitly mention nature-based solutions, but wherein we have ample opportunity to implement nature-based solutions and achieve biodiversity objectives whilst addressing the requirements of the Floods Directive. So if we think about things like restoring floodplains and wetlands, reforestation of catchments to reduce runoff, natural water retention mechanisms, which I think Chiara mentioned earlier as one of the platforms, restoration and remeandering of rivers like the Room for the River project, which I'm sure we're all familiar with, and land use planning that maintains or restores natural flood buffers. All of these things are really, really important to manage flooding, reduce flood risk or the severity of floods. And we can achieve this through nature-based solutions or a combination of nature-based and engineered solutions. So I'd like to sort of reflect a bit on something Valerie mentioned yesterday about it not being an either-or choice. So we can implement nature-based solutions alongside other structural or non-structural measures to achieve benefit. And we can enhance biodiversity without forcing a choice between one or the other. So I think that's really important, in particular when we think about flooding, where the idea of risk is really significant, and people may be a bit wary of replacing gray structural measures with nature-based solutions. but we can augment, we can add, and we can achieve additional benefit by implementing NBS for flood management. So riparian zones are my personal favorite example, just because I also love a riparian zone. It's key to ecotone diversity, supporting both aquatic and terrestrial species, just really cool places. So let's do more riparian zone restoration. Okay, and coming to farm to fork strategy, it may be a little bit counterintuitive to think that when we're working with farmlands and agriculture that we can intrinsically address biodiversity and biodiversity targets, but we can. So a lot of farm to fork priorities and actions are fundamentally nature-based in principle. So they talk about protection and restoration of pollinator habitats, which we all know is so critically important. And I think we'll hear a little bit more about this later, a lot more, I hope. They mention agroecological practices, things like crop rotations, cover cropping, mixed farming, agroforestry. None of this is really earth-shattering or groundbreaking. We've been doing it for 30, 40 years. We think about conservation ag or agroforestry. These things have been practiced for a really, really long time. I hesitate to say maybe even centuries in some cases. But we can sort of purposefully integrate these practices into modern farming techniques. Simple things like establishing hedgerows and flower strips along the margins of agricultural fields can have tremendous biodiversity benefit, providing shelter, food, and corridors for movement of beneficial wildlife, and also filtration for water, soil, and air. So, okay, NBS and climate is another one that I think is pretty obvious, right? Here we have the EU strategy on the adaptation to climate change and the action plan on the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, both of which explicitly and strongly support nature-based solutions. So through ecosystem-based approaches and the conservation, protection, and restoration of natural habitats. So here we see that nature-based solutions are really embedded within the climate adaptation framework, and it's very easy to implement NBS. We also need to be absolutely certain that every time we're designing a nature-based solution that is focused on climate adaptation or disaster risk reduction, that we are fundamentally considering biodiversity outcomes at every step, from design through implementation and management. One of the things of note is that the action plan on Sendai framework emphasizes transboundary cooperation. And I think this encourages us to consider nature-based solutions on a landscape scale, catchment scale, considering it as ecosystems rather than these discrete units. And that's also very strongly aligned with the IUCN guidelines on NBS. And finally, if we come to urban areas in NBS, I can't remember who just mentioned this, but nature-based solutions are so frequently seen in urban areas or sometimes even viewed as something that we only do in cities. The most obvious or the most frequently seen nature-based solutions are where we depave an area and we create an entirely new ecosystem in an area, urban space. So European urban development policies are increasingly integrating NBS to reconnect cities with nature, to reconnect our urban and peri-urban natures with the areas with the broader landscape and nature. And here we can increase biodiversity through structural and functional connectivity of landscapes, integrating green infrastructure, and really effectively embedding ecological thinking into designing, planning, and innovation in this space. So a few examples here are how the urban agenda for the EU's thematic partnerships in sustainable land use, greening cities, and water-sensitive cities all explicitly mention nature-based solutions. And that provides a real opportunity to explicitly implement actions that enhance biodiversity in cities. And again, green.
Time is not up yet. Yeah,
Thanks. All right, I'll be quick. So I think the green infrastructure strategy is used, and urban nature plans are usually kind of mentioned under the umbrella of biodiversity. when we think about policy, but they're really urban in nature because we implement green infrastructure in urban and peri-urban areas, and the urban nature plans are focused on cities and towns of 20,000 or more people. So all of these are, I think, are very strongly supportive of biodiversity conservation, protection, restoration, and enhancement within urban zones. All right, so if we get into how do we do this in practice? So we've heard about adaptive management. This is a really, really simplified version. The plan, do, check, and act sort of flow. But I want to emphasize that biodiversity, achieving positive biodiversity outcomes starts from planning. We have to plan and know what we want to achieve it. So we need to identify target species and habitats that we want to conserve, protect, or restore. Systematically consider structural and functional connectivity. So not only what are we doing right here in this site, but how does it connect with the broader landscape? We need baseline surveys. I can't get through any presentation without talking about data and monitoring, so forgive me. And we have to explicitly set biodiversity co-benefits as objectives of every action, every NBS action. We can't just assume that it's going to happen. I think in the past that occasionally there may have been, on occasion, instances where people said, well, I know it's just a lawn, but it's better than pavement. And I think we can do better than that. I really think that we can set more aspirational goals that as experts, we can embed this very systematically within everything we do. When we're implementing, we can use native and diverse species and make sure that we are not contributing to things like pollinator starvation, that we're selecting the right species, creating structurally complex habitats, and always avoiding monocultures or invasive species. That kind of obvious, but checking, my favorite part, monitoring and assessing indicators regularly so that we know what's happening and that we are able then to go back and make changes. So using citizen science and field surveys and not being afraid to make a change if it turns out that what we have implemented is not giving us the full range of benefits that we expected. So adaptive management based on monitoring results, so evidence-based management, where we might modify our species mix, habitat structure, management practices. And I think this is really important because when we think about NBS, the NBS that we implement today that are based on ecosystems or baseline studies from, say, 10, 20 years ago may not be optimally adapted for the environments that we see 20 years from now. So we need to be ready to act and to adapt the NBS that we implement for changing climatic conditions, for changes in species distribution. So just a thought. Okay, almost done. Again, I love monitoring, and at the risk of, I don't want to contradict anything that you've said, Chiara, but I would really like to see us all using common indicators so that we can compare across sites, not only different types of NBS or different areas of implementation, but different scales. So the question of scale is one of these big questions that's kind of floating around. If we are all using similar metrics to determine how effective our NBS are, we're able to have these comparisons in time and space. And we need to share information. So again, I don't want to contradict anything Chiara said, so I'm going to kind of gloss over this a little bit, but there are some platforms where we can share information internationally that then feeds into indicator networks and assessments. But there's a lot of different indicators out there. I personally like the Biodiversity Indicators Partnerships Global Initiative because I think it gives a really wide range of indicators. And if you can't find something there that you like, you're probably not looking hard enough. There's an awful lot of really good stuff there. So in terms of assessing our global targets, if we look at the Global Biodiversity Framework targets, these are pretty, I think they're fairly straightforward. And there's only one that I kind of wanted to draw everyone's attention to. So when we think about enhancing green spaces and urban planning for human well-being and biodiversity, There's metrics included about the average share of the built-up area and the recreational and cultural ecosystem services provision, but there's nothing about accessibility explicitly in the GBF. I really like the WHO recommendation that everyone should have access to at least a half hectare space within 300 meters of where we live. And I think this is also consistent with the 330-300 rule. There are some other proposals, but I would also encourage everyone to think about not only how much green space there is, but how accessible it is, because we need to consider equity and justice and mobility, along with just, the complete amount of space. And that's all I had. So thank you very much. Want me to sit here?
Any questions?
Okay, thank you so much, Laura. Are there any immediate questions directly on what you just said, and that you will be available for discussions later? Yes, please, if we have a microphone. Oh, we had them down here.
Thanks so much for this insightful presentation of the policy landscape for nature-based solutions. We started talking about this yesterday. Could you comment on how we can adapt our out-of-date building codes? They're out of date for climate change. How do we insert nature-based solutions into new generation building codes? Because I think this is critical for their success and implementation. And I used to teach engineers when I was based in Denmark, and they really need guidelines. So.
Yeah, actually, I think that's a really good question. I don't have the answer, but I think that together as this group, we can probably find it. One of the things that I think is really, really important here that you kind of allude to in your question is how necessary it is to kind of collaborate beyond our own safe area, right? So I'm not an engineer, but we need to work with engineers. We need to work with architects and designers and material producers so that we can create better, more up-to-date building codes and design criteria that we can effectively use then to integrate NBS green infrastructure in our cities and buildings.
I don't think they've ever collaborated with ecologists or biologists either, so that's critical.
But we can be the first. Is that all?
Okay, thank you. Oh, there's one more. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for a wonderful overview. One critical note though, and I have to confess I'm a grassland lover. I love grasslands. So I was actually picking up on your comment about afforestation. And I would actually really like to argue that we should not use afforestation as an example of an NBS.
Okay.
Because I think the definition of afforestation is planting trees in systems that never had trees. And that basically means that a major part of our biodiversity doesn't really like trees. And one of the challenges that we currently have is that we see tree planting in a lot of open systems that actually never had trees. And that's afforestation. So, and I see many people use it, and I think reforestation is really good, but afforestation maybe not so. So I wanted to reflect on that.
No, I don't disagree with you, but I think that in some cases afforestation can be beneficial. So where we see, in particular, where we need to stabilize mountain slopes, where we have seen retreat of snowfields, I think it could be really useful to afforest those areas if we have the right hydrological conditions. So that's something else we need to consider. So with climate change, the really main impact is on global hydrologic cycles. So I think when we reforest an area or we consider the type of NBS we want to implement, we need to think about water use in the long term.
Yeah, but you need to accept that you will be losing your biodiversity. So if NBS is about trading, maybe not trading off, but combining biodiversity restoration and other sustainability challenges, that is not an NBS from my point of view.
Okay. Well, I would be happy to discuss it further. I'm also not a forest scientist. I should, full disclosure, I'm not.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So that is about the trade-off. So maybe we could come back to that as well in the discussions. Okay, thank you so much, Laura, for now. As said, you will be back for a bit of more discussion. But first, we have a second keynote speech, and I'm really pleased to welcome Erich Wolff, who is a scientific member of the Biodiversa Advisory Board and also a postdoc at Utrecht University. And you will be talking about transformative change, impact, and collaborations in nature-based solutions. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Magnus. Well, I would also like to thank Biodiversa, of course, for the invitation to be part of the evaluation committee and for being here today. It is a great privilege as an early career researcher to be involved in this whole process and to be here with so many scholars who I really admire, whose work I've read and has really inspired my own trajectory. I started with this slide a little bit because I wanted to make a point and also a little bit of a provocation. I think there is an important message. First of all, it's tulip season. You should come to the Netherlands. It's until the end of the month. The tulips are in bloom. And I think this flower illustrates some very interesting elements of how our contradictory relationship with nature is. Of course, this is something that we see as quintessentially European, or at least quintessentially Dutch. And it's an identity symbol. It is a cultural element. It's a massive industry, but also is a plant that is not native to the Netherlands and that comes with a very large history and with a lot of nuance. And I think that's a starting point for us to unpack a little bit of what nature means to us and how do we relate to nature-based solutions. So transformative change, I would like to talk today a little bit of why, where, who, and how. As you can see, I'm not necessarily going for answers. I am going more for questions, and I hope these are interesting ways of thinking about our own projects and how this new phase of research on nature-based solutions is going to be shaped up. Tulips, as I said, are in bloom, and we have these amazing landscapes that are a testament to how much we have shaped nature. We have transformed the biodiversity here, we have transformed the land, we have transformed the water, we have transformed the nutrient cycles, and this is part of our identity. Right? But at the same time, it is also a way of telling us that we engage with nature very often in our own terms, not in nature's terms. So I think this is something to start a conversation with. So going for why, I think that's the most obvious question. Surprise, surprise, it's the 5th time this morning. At least it means we're on the same page. And instead of going through the definition again, I think I wanted to talk about another example. This is Tempelhof Park in the center of Berlin. It is a very famous European example of nature-based solutions in cities, or at least green infrastructure in cities. And I think this is a really interesting example because this place, it has a legacy as well. This was a place where a lot of military operations happened in World War II. This is a place that after Berlin was divided, this was the US-American base. So there is a lot of history here, and I think it allows us to think about nature as biodiversity, as a space for people to come together, as a space for ecosystem services, but also as a space for meaning. So nature here in Tempelhof is a way of thinking about how do we re-signify, how we move beyond scars of war, how we move beyond other relationships. So it's in times of urgent need for union in the European Union, I think it is an interesting way of talking about nature-based solutions and how we relate to this. There are very interesting experiments happening at Tempelhof. I managed to visit this last year. They have fenced areas for skylarks, but they also have a small community of sheep that are grazing there to maintain the grassland. So I think it's very good for a grassland lover colleague. I think this is shows a very progressive way of thinking about nature-based solutions in cities that also connects to biodiversity and also makes us think about our actions in this space. And of course, we also have a broader discussion of it is not easy. And we had some of these discussions yesterday, at least they started. They are trade-offs. We are seeing very big pressure from developers in Berlin to try to take over this space, and a very strong opposition from the community. The community has been using this for community gardens, for a gathering space, and there is pushback. So nature-based solutions is a space of fight as well. It's a space of conflict and of discussion and of negotiation of what are our priorities. So I think these are all things that we should have in mind when we're thinking about our projects, the projects that are starting. What are the narratives? What are the stories? And why are we talking about these places? I want to move then to where. And I imagine you probably see where I'm going. The amazing Valerie yesterday in her presentation mentioned non-European examples, and she apologized for it. And I don't want to apologize, but I'm going to talk about non-European examples. This is one of my favorite examples. This is Vishanang Mokyo Park in Singapore. I lived in Singapore for 3 years, and this is quite an interesting example of, I don't want to romanticize, Singapore also has quite a manicured version of nature, but it is very interesting how this space, it used to be a canal. This was a channelized river, and it was freed again, and this became a space where this is primarily for flood mitigation. So when it rains too much, this completely floods, but those buildings right there, they stay dry. And at the same time, it is a center for community life. People love doing exercise here, and I think it is one of the places where I saw the most biodiversity in Singapore. I didn't measure, but I saw a lot of insects, a lot of birds here that I didn't see in other parts of the city. So why I'm talking about Singapore? Singapore is obviously too small to even appear in this map there, at the end of the Malaysian peninsula. But I think this is quite inspiring for me. There's a publication from last year. Some of the authors are here, by the way. But I think this is very interesting as the percentage of research production on nature-based solutions. And it's quite interesting that the partners for Biodiversa seem to be hotspots. So even the non-European ones, we see Canada, Brazil, South Africa as important points. But we also see that there are things happening in all over the world, and also there are places where it is not happening. So I think this is also something we should be aware, and I think diversity in your research should be important and was important in the selection process. So we should be thinking about maybe some of the discussions yesterday, we can think about it as competitiveness. What are other places that are competing with us, with the European Union for nature-based solutions, but also what are the places where it's not happening and where we could have impact? Not necessarily we're doing research there, but maybe we're thinking about the region and how your research can inform or create networks or translate knowledge that is relevant to other places in the world. So we have a leadership here that we need to leverage to build this network, to build this community globally. The next thing I wanted to say is, of course, this influenced my trajectory. I see myself in this map. I'm an EU citizen, but I was born and raised in Brazil. And I learned about nature-based solutions during my PhD in Australia. But I unlearned about nature-based solutions in countries that are not hotspots. So mostly Thailand, Indonesia, and the Pacific Islands, Fiji. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that, about where are we not talking about? So this is Bangkok, the capital of Thailand, one of these massive cities that have grown so quickly. And this is growth that is happening with a lot of people not being able to access the real estate market, a lot of people not being able to access nature. There is a lot of development going on that is not, we could say, not resilient. The housing is not appropriate for the heat waves that are coming. So, and there are, of course, lots of challenges in governance and implementation. So I think these are also spaces that we should be bringing into the dialogue and thinking about what does our research mean there. So a little bit about where I learned about this. We did a systematic literature review a few years ago on nature-based solutions in informal settlements. And also informal settlements exist in Europe, of course. But we were looking at the Asia Pacific and we found 37 projects. And this has really provoked me to think about what is the side of nature-based solutions that we're not looking at, how it is defined somewhere else, how it is applied somewhere else. And maybe this is quite controversial, but what is interesting is that we found that a lot of these projects were community gardens. I think most of the traditional conservationists would say that many of them are not nature-based solutions. I think there is also a space for us to discuss about if these gardens are using indigenous knowledge, they are biodiverse, they're using native species, they're connected to biodiversity corridors. They are nature-based solutions, or at least we should be openly discussing how could they be, or how do they fit within that? Because that's the reality of what nature restoration could be in other places. So I think that it's a bit of a provocation. And going for the next question, why don't you dive a little bit deeper into the context of Bangkok? This is also research we did. This was published last year. And as I was telling you, this is a social housing project in Bangkok. These blue houses, they're all made the same. The Thai government has been exceptional at producing houses. This is the Bang Mong Kong program. They're very good at allowing people to access homes for the first time. But when you look at them, these are tin roofs. There's no nature there. And we worked with Thai collaborators that told us very clearly, nature here is an afterthought. On the other hand, on the other side of the river there's a temple where there are very big trees, and the temple is the steward of those trees. So I think this was a revelation for me of how do we need to talk about nature in other terms. Of course, when we look at the nature that was happening in these housing projects, there's actually quite nice houses. We did interviews with people here, and sometimes people would tell us, well, nature for me it's to show that I have status, that I'm not poor. So the goal was to have manicure nature, and it was kind of a distinguishing status symbol. And that is one narrative of nature. And we might disagree, but we need to think about it because that's how people are talking about it. So are we connecting with how people talk about it? So I think that was an important point. On the other hand, we had this. This was a little shrine, not very far from that area. And this was a very biodiverse spot, the place where I see the most variety of plants nearby. This is a shrine in the back there, that is a termite mound. The termite mound is considered as a symbol of Mother Earth, of a connection to something bigger than us. And people would make offerings. And in interviews, when asked, would you prefer to remove that and have another house or have a playground? People would be terrified about that idea because the values and the meanings are very different. And I think this is something we are not yet tapping into in our research. These ways in which people think about nature through other values, it is certainly getting a lot of attention now. We're seeing that the next calls, there's a lot of attention going on for values. But I think we also need to think about this in these projects that are starting. How are we connecting with people? Just as a suggestion, this is one work that I'm not related. I don't even know the authors, but it has inspired me a lot into thinking about what is the role of research? So this is work by Hoffman and team. And what they look at is, I think usually scholars would think about our role as evaluators or advisors. We go there, we put a sensor, we say this is a good situation or a bad situation. Or we go there and we talk to government and say, you should do this. But what about all the other ways in which we're connecting with people? I think this is for me, very inspiring. We could be a mediator. We could be bringing people that not necessarily want to talk to each other. Not necessarily they will agree either, but if we can bring them to the table to talk about nature, to reveal what is the tension, I think that's already a very good step. We could be thinking about ourselves as bridge builders. We're building networks when we're there. When we're doing our field work, we're talking to government, we're talking to a researcher, we're talking to a community. We are maybe starting a relationship that will outlast our project by far. And maybe these people will take on and do nature in their own terms. We could be translating knowledge from science into something that is practical. So I think the drawing, the design here, I made it very quickly, but I would encourage you to look at the paper as a way to reflect in what are the other roles you're doing. And maybe evaluators and advisors is easier to publish and get citations, but all the others maybe are more impactful and maybe are much more within reach. So I think I wanted to provoke you to think about that. And finally, I wanted to reach how, and to finish off, these are images from the beautiful city of Krakow, which we had a Biodiversa meeting there recently. And it shows in Europe, even though very transformed landscapes, we still have a very deep connection with nature in European cities. And we value it. So how are we tapping into these relationships? How are we building research that connects to this? So I think very briefly, I wanted to mention my own work with citizen science. I think Hai-Ying yesterday mentioned citizen science, and many of the projects feature citizen science. This is how I learned about citizen science doing it. And during my PhD, I worked in Indonesia with people monitoring water levels and taking photos of water levels. And we received 6,000 photos. And we tried to do an online platform. It wouldn't work for people. We had to do it through WhatsApp. I had to download each of them because I had to adapt to it, not force people to adapt to my citizen science. And I also think that we need to go beyond a relationship that is, we ask people to collect data and we teach them. This is, I think, the bare minimum. I think we need to be way more provocative than this. Are we asking people to shape the research question? Are we asking people to think about how they are doing the monitoring? Are we asking people to interpret this? So after these 5,000 photos, I went into Indonesia and I spent 2 months there talking to people about what does a flood mean to you. And people would tell me during the Chinese New Year, if it is flooding, it is a blessing. It is a bountiful year coming ahead. And for me, that made absolutely no sense for my worldview, but it was so important and so transformative for me to think that floods not necessarily are bad, or not necessarily are seen as bad, that I think this is something that every researcher with citizen science should be thinking about. And I'll finish with this paper that this is by Harini Nagendra, another scholar who I really admire. She is a professor from India. And this is a short piece published in Nature. I think it is also very inspiring in terms of how do we connect with people. It's an amazing piece. I don't want to try to summarize, but I selected one little piece of it. People don't always make sense of the world through data and facts. They do so through stories that they can relate to, in which they can identify themselves. So there is a power in storytelling. Of course, there's a power in data, in informing our decisions, connecting to policy, aligning with targets, but there's also a power in connecting with people. We need allies now in this political and economic context. We need allies for nature. So just wanted to finish. This is a photo from Spain, and we might think that, oh, India or Thailand, people connect with nature there. No. If you don't tell me that people dancing flamenco in the streets of Sevilla is not a connection to nature, I don't know what it is. If you don't tell me that people here in the Botanic Garden, as Laura said, I was fascinated by the plants, but I was also fascinated by the amount of people from Montpellier sitting down and basking in the sun in the gardens. So there is a deep connection there, and we need to bring that into research. That's all I had to share today. I'm currently working in Horizon 2020 project in the Mediterranean, and very interested in continuing conversations with all of you. Thank you.
Stay on just for a second. Thank you so much, Erich. That was really interesting and inspiring, I think, and thought-provoking. Are there any immediate questions to Erich on what you just said? Yeah, we have one there.
Thanks also for your inspiring presentation. I have a comment, or which you can expand on. You mentioned the role of fragmented institutions and limited access to public services in some places in the world. I now work at a government agency in Sweden that's responsible for exactly half the water cycle. And I can't tell you how challenging that is for implementing nature-based solutions. So I think that's something that's also critical here where we're based in Europe and elsewhere, as you mentioned, those that are in the lead, because we still have an issue with fragmented policies around the key drivers and challenges that we're trying to address with nature-based solutions. I don't know if you have any comment to that.
Yes, for sure. And it's a great question. Well, this work we're doing in the Mediterranean now, for example, a lot of it is looking at institutionalization of nature-based solutions. And that is a challenge in the global south, but is a challenge everywhere. We've heard a lot yesterday about policy coherence, and there's so much to be done. Unfortunately, I don't think there's one single magic answer, but it is about how do we bring these different stakeholders together? How do we make the engineers talk to the ecologists, as we were seeing in the previous? By the way, I'm originally trained as an engineer, but that's how I started nature-based solutions, but now I work much more in policy. And I think we need, maybe the answer is in that integrators article as well. I think if we can have more scholars or more stakeholders, government, society, that are willing to do those other bridge building, translation, catalysis, all of those roles. I think integration, I guess, is the word. I don't know if that is a full answer, but it's my attempt.
We meet in the middle. Yeah, Erich, thanks so much for this amazing presentation. I think I would like to pick up your point about social housing. I think that is such an opportunity for us to bring nature-based solutions and actually kind of hijack a little bit the budget that is put available for housing and bring NBS there. Do you have some thoughts about that?
Yes, for sure. Yeah, that work we did in Thailand was very much going in this direction because it was a very successful housing program, but there was nature was an afterthought, right? So I think that alignment of policies is something that is very obvious. I feel that we can think about minimum standards, and maybe one way of bringing other stakeholders in is if we think about housing. Brazil has a very good history with housing projects as well. And you would think about, they have minimum standards. The house needs to be this amount of square meters, needs to have one bathroom. So there's some standards in the social housing. Maybe we should include 2 trees in the backyard and 1 rain garden in the front. And maybe there's one starting point, but I think there's also a number of alignments that can be done because that is funding that very often is allocated by the government, and the government has some oversight over it. So if you can align that, the housing departments are usually not thinking about nature, but if you bring the story to them and tell them you're providing houses that will not be livable in 5 or 10 or 15 years because they will be ovens, that maybe is a way of convincing them that they need to work together with the Environment Agency and allocate funding for that type of research. So I think it is very feasible, but there is the convincing part of it that I think it's looking for partners, which I guess is what I was trying to talk about.
Okay, thank you. We have 2 more questions. One.
Hi, thanks a lot, Erich, for the amazing presentation. It was very inspiring. And coming from India, I always try to put the global south in whatever work I do. So I have a question about, again, the work that you did in Thailand, but from a different perspective, because I've seen that in the global south, we have this attractiveness towards westernizing everything. So there's a lot of work being done actually to build canals in India now, as opposed to freeing of canals, which is happening in the Western world. Or, for example, what you said, that people in the social houses had this status quo for just having beautiful lawns, even though they are probably really bad for nature in the ecosystem that we are in. So do you have any insights on how this perspective of people could change, or how we could, because as you also said, nature and NBS is an afterthought for these countries. They really want to focus on more basic questions first. So how could we address this as also an important part of development?
Yeah, it is a very important and very complicated question, of course. Well, thank you. But I think my feeling is, of course, there's a lot of undoing. These countries, and speaking for someone who grew up in Brazil as well, we're bombarded with views of what a house should look like in an American sitcom, in a US American sitcom, and you want to reproduce that. That is what is seen as status, right? So I think there is a lot of undoing of these stories. There's a lot of, that probably comes as well with a lot of work on how do we bring back values that are there and that are hidden. I've done similar presentations to this in Brazil, and people are like, oh yeah, I've heard that in India people do care a lot about nature and they're very spiritual, but in Brazil we're not. I was like, what? In New Year's Eve, every Brazilian is skipping 7 waves and for good luck. So it's like, if that's not a connection to the sea. So it is there. I guess we just need people to remember that wherever they are connections with nature, and bring those up. In Thailand, there was another very interesting story. I realized there was a community that only had yellow flowers. And after interviewing people, people were telling me that the yellow flowers are the symbol of the monarchy of Thailand, and everybody loved the late king. So they were planting flowers to honor the king, so to connect with that leader that was gone, and that for them was very important. So again, there's no clear answer, but it's, can we bring these stories to the core to overcome the brainwashing we've had on TV and on media, to reverse how people see nature, I guess.
Thank you so much. And one final question to Erich directly. Yeah.
Thank you. And it connects to the previous question, and it's focusing on epistemic justice. So from your experience beyond Europe, particularly in the Global South, what do you consider are the benefits of Biodiversa Plus embedding justice not only in the initiatives and the projects that we generate, but also in the way we generate knowledge?
Yes, very philosophical question, but I think very relevant as well. Well, I think my experience during the evaluation committee work as well, the justice was a very big topic, and we've seen it in many proposals, and I'm sure many of the projects will continue talking about this. I feel that there is justice in the way nature is implemented, but there's also, of course, similar to the discussions I was proposing on citizen science. How can we make citizen science just by bringing people into other stages of it, or actually in all stages of it? How do we fairly talk to people, not only, and I know it is tricky because the projects very often, not only biodiversity, I think it's academic funding for research in general, we follow this format that you need to propose something to get the funding. But in reality, very often when you get to the fields, you need to learn from the field, right? And to inform what you're doing as well. So it is tricky, but I think at least having that in mind and thinking about how can you be reflexive, critique yourself, and improve your practices by learning from the field and learning from what people are doing, what people care for, the power relations that happen there, thinking about gender balance in the groups, but also in the field, thinking about indigenous traditional knowledge, thinking about diversity in general. I think that's one very important component in which we could be reflecting on justice throughout the whole process.
Okay, thank you so much. If you could take a seat here, and I would invite also Chiara, Laura, and all the speakers this morning. The Commission will stay seated, but you are also targets for questions if anyone has any. Right, so the people we have here are, of course, and Claire, you sit there. Okay, that's fine. And so we have a bit of a panel discussion here. It's open for questions, as said, also to Claire and to Susanna and Bénédicte. And the floor is open then for anybody to ask questions, also online, and we'll keep track of that. I just want to open up by asking you a very broad question. Especially with so many, funders, policymakers in the room and the Biodiversa team. So what is still missing in the landscape here in terms of funding, also science, diplomacy and decisions? Right. I don't need two mics, thank you. But we need, yeah, you have a mic, good. Decision support in terms of, well, anything really, cross-sector issues or also the monitoring and assessment aspects and so on. So what should we as funders or policymakers look at or try to support going forward? What is lacking? You have a mic there. Anyone? Yes, please. Laura, yes.
Okay, I'm going to say something controversial. I think that we need more scale, larger scale in both space and time. So what we see is that the larger the project gets, so the larger the available budget, the more that's required. So if we have a €1 million project, it might have X number of case studies expected. If we have a €5 million project, it's 5X case studies expected. So we still don't see the sort of spatial scale or longitudinal scale that we need to really get the evidence base required to systematically evaluate or provide the evidence in terms of environmental, social, and economic evidence in the long term.
I think we can talk about the three pillars that you presented, right? You spoke about scale. I think the big challenge for us is the multifunctionality, right? Because that's key to the definition and the understanding of nature-based solutions. Everybody says, maybe this nature-based solution is not the best for flood, but it also has biodiversity, but it also has a public space. And we find it very hard to measure these things. We have fragmented government offices that will look at just one of these things. And I think we really need to be able to talk about multifunctionality in a better way. I, again, don't have the answer how to do it, but I think that's what we should be investing in, is how do we look at things across their multiple dimensions and integrate that into how we think about nature.
So in the spaces in between that we often tend to sort of lose out on. Yes. Chiara, please.
Yes, I definitely agree with both of the colleagues. For sure, the time scaling especially and also spatial scale are crucial. Also in the connection with the transformative change. So that I should mention the report I showed before. One of the main gap that has been highlighted is that generally NBS projects are not evaluated in terms of transformative change indicators. And this is due to the fact that NBS projects are too short. And if you want to test, to check the transformative effect of an action, you need to monitor on long terms. So the two things goes together. Also in connection with what Erich said, because transformative is something which is 30-60 degree around you, so multifunctionality. And the process through policy is somehow a street that we have to follow. So now what is missing is to go to policy, really. Because what the colleague asked before, we need guidelines, we said it at a certain moment, to build residential places according to this framework. Yes, we need guidelines, but policy should provide. And so standardization and frameworking and standards, it's what we need now.
Okay, thank you so much. I was thinking about the scaling. Are you, from a funder's perspective, and what we see, our role from Biodiversa Plus in the landscape is to fund these medium-sized projects. Now they're 3 years, of course they could be 4 years, maybe 5 years, but that is the sort of niche in the landscape, not to go for these huge complex things. There are other calls for that within the Horizon Europe and so on. But this is always something that we discuss and think about. But I also hear that from a lot of scientists who have been involved in our programs that this is good. This size of 5 to 6 partners. You can have as many as you want, but normally I think the median is around there. Is really suitable. It's big, so you can cover geographically or whatever, or topic-wise, but it's not huge. But are you thinking about bigger consortia, or are you thinking more in terms of time scales, follow-up availability, or like to achieve the impact on whatever you're working on?
I guess I was thinking, and probably it could be interpreted a lot of different ways, but I was thinking that it's the bigger spatial scale and longer temporal scale that we need. So what I see from my own perspective is that so often we have these targets, number of cities and number of regions, and maybe it would be good if we could have a few calls or programs that focus on very deep integration of NBS, or very deeply addressing climate and biodiversity challenges at a larger scale or for a longer time period. I think it's what we need for the evidence base, but I don't know that it's very easy to fund that kind of work, or especially monitoring. Monitoring is, sorry guys, but it's not particularly sexy. And usually after the project money runs out, monitoring sort of falls off. But we need to try to find a way that we can continue that, continue monitoring, establish these protocols and enduring sorts of frameworks with our partners so that the monitoring continues long after the project has ended, and we're able to continue adaptively managing the sites that have been implemented and recording that, sharing that data. So not only having the data at site level, but also sharing it more widely, continuing to contribute to the evidence base. Sorry, shutting up.
No, it's fine. Yeah, and I would certainly second that. I mean, monitoring is only, I would argue, useful after about 100 years of collecting in a consistent way. That's when you can actually start seeing the patterns that you're interested in. Yes, please, Erich.
Yeah, I had a small comment on this, and maybe it's reframing. I think it goes again into this discussion of, I feel that the most strategic way of investing in these projects is when you have projects that will last beyond the end, right? And that is done when you can deeply connect and build relationships on the ground. I think that I find monitoring very sexy. I definitely work with monitoring as well. But I think, yeah, if you can do citizen science in a way that people care about, that is not only for your data collection, but actually that people want that data for some reason. And that is not easy. right? Because particularly if you're going to propose your data collection data during the funding, you needed to speak to people before to see how they care about data. So the example I spoke about, there was my own work on monitoring floods. I arrived as an engineer doing risk modeling. Then I figured out that people actually were in that WhatsApp group sending photos of floods. They were giving those photos to the neighbor who had just bought a plot and wanted to build a house and didn't know how high to build the house. And they were even at the end, we did it for 2 years and a bit of monitoring. And people, which is very little for hydrological modeling, of course, but people started talking about that community as a way to meet the neighbors who were also sending photos. During a flood, they were messaging each other, do you need something? I can go there, help you move the sofa upstairs. And they were even using it as an early warning system. So someone upstream would send a photo of the flood. Someone downstream was like, okay, I'm gonna ready to pack here. So they started finding ways in which it mattered for them. Of course, if I started again, I would do completely different. But for us to be reflexive on how we're doing, I think it is so important, and that's what makes the project last beyond the funding.
Thank you. Yes.
Just a brief comment. So for funders, an idea could be now we are at, next year will be 10 years from the first horizon calls on NBS. So maybe it could be time to start thinking about follow-up evaluation. So start going back to the project that has been found to see that the communities, that NBS, that implementation, which is the actual status. This could be an idea for future funding. So to also test if the action is still lasting and if the results went beyond the expected or not.
Yeah, thank you. And that goes beyond Biodiversa Plus because there's so much other funding coming, has been put towards this. So we should discuss this with the Commission, a follow-up. Thank you. Mayor, please.
Well, yeah, I was going to say something quite similar in that you have had a previous NBS call as well. And that would be something that's very worth looking at, is looking at lessons learnt from those, clustering, looking at those projects overall, what things have worked, what things have not worked. It's not sexy like a new project, but it's a really valuable contribution that you can make also into the policy landscape too. It's not just one project saying something, it's a collection of projects. And what are those lessons learned and what are things that people should be thinking about or doing going forward? And then, yeah, I mean, for these projects as well, it's more doing clustering tomorrow is to think about those clusters, but to also think about where those policy entry points are. You know, it's 2025 now. We're heading towards 2030. There'll start being discussions around the new framework. I know we're still talking about global biodiversity framework for now, but we will. And the more information that we can get and distill by bringing projects together and learning those lessons, the more we can influence that policy landscape going forward as well.
Thank you. Do we have questions online?
Yes, we have a question. So first, the attendants are telling you that you made like really great presentations. So there is a question mostly for Laura. So it's how can cities best select monitoring metrics for successful NBS projects? Based on your experience, do quantitative metrics demonstrate success? What do you think about integrating qualitative metrics to align with the changing climate? So it's very large.
Okay. So, well, there are a lot of metrics out there, and I think that every city, every NBS implementation, every action is unique. And so there's no one size fits all. You know, we need the full range of stakeholders to get together and decide, form your theory of change. What do we want to see? What objectives do we want to achieve? And then how do we determine whether we've been successful? You know, how do we measure success? What is success to me? And then from there, we can go through all the available metrics to determine whether we've achieved it, decide when and what to measure. So if you're looking for metrics, you need to look no further than the 427 indicators across 12 societal challenge areas in the NBS Handbook for Practitioners. That's one good source. We have the Biodiversity Indicators Partnership. These are a huge range, wide range of biodiversity-specific indicators. When you combine these, I think you have a really, really good starting point. If you can't find what you want there, you can, of course, work with experts to define specific indicators that will tell you exactly what you want to know. So I think that answers the question. There is just no one size fits all. There's no standard answer, but we can do it. And we just need to make sure that we have a plan from the beginning so that we're monitoring the right things and we know what success means for us. Any other comments?
If I can piggyback as well, I'll be very brief. But well, I second everything. What I think it is obvious that we need some qualitative metrics as well, in the sense that, well, I've been involved in monitoring nature-based solution projects, and I found it very interesting when people told me that they wanted to monitor community engagement by counting how many people attended a meeting. And I was like, where I come from, there's a very easy way to destroy this metric, is you offer free food. So that does not measure community true, genuine engagement, right? So I think there is a discussion there of how will you evaluate if people care enough about a project if you don't talk to them, right? So I think qualitative, an interview will be essential in a package to be more holistically evaluate and monitor nature-based solutions.
Thinking about the actual meaning or the point, the impact that you want to achieve, of course. Yes, Chiara, did you have a, no? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but nothing more to add to what Laura said. So this should be, but maybe better say it again clearly. So if you implement a nature-based solutions, it's because we have something to solve. It's a solution. So the city, let's say, that wants to implement a nature-based solution wants to do it because it has a problem to solve. So the metrics that you're going to choose should be related to the problem that you want to solve in order to check if you are able to solve the problem or not at the first issue. Then you also can have co-benefits. Then you can choose metrics for also monitoring if you are effectively addressing the other related societal challenges. And how to choose the metrics to use based on scientific evidences. So take advantages of the experience of the previous researcher that worked on the same argument and try to use the same metrics which has been already implemented and tested, also because this allows you to compare the results that you get with what has been obtained by others. Maybe, and in this connection, by follow a guideline for developing the monitoring and assessment plan of your nature-based solution could be useful because the steps are clear. One of these is reported, for instance, in the handbook that Laura mentioned before, but there are several. However, if you follow step by step, something that someone else tested already and worked, it could be of great help.
Okay, thank you. We have some questions from the audience, please.
Yeah, I have a question. As a funder, we fund research. So how could we do better in this field? Just to sketch a little bit what we're trying out right now, I was triggered by theory of change and impact, which are interesting concepts that we're trying to deploy. In principle, it answers many of the problems that you're addressing here, like you talk to the stakeholders before the project start. You need to formulate indicators to reach what you want to reach, whatever goal you state beforehand, how you want to reach it. How could we do better? I mean, what would be tools actually to help shape, not that we have to decide, but to better help shape projects in such a way that we actually meet the goals that we want and don't just do research for 3, 4, 5, even 6 years, and then the money ends and the network ends, which is a huge problem in our country, but also Europe-wide. So what could we do better?
Do you want to start there, Erich?
I can give a very first go and then I'll pass. I think, well, not necessarily for Biodiversa, but I think it is one important way is this idea of following up, right? So maybe projects can start with an incubator phase that is like testing an idea and creating a network, and the ambitions are very low, but it's do you have a strong team? Do you understand the location? I think that's a way of starting it. And then from there, you can build on a bigger commitment of funds and of time to expand it, and in a way that makes sense, that it's fair and that is appropriate for the site. And of course, learning, as we were discussing, synthesizing, learning from past mistakes, informing projects that are similar. I think that's another very important strategy. These are some of my early thoughts, but.
Okay, thank you. If there's a more comment, we have 2 more questions.
Okay. Very short comment on this one. Having been on a number of evaluation panels for Biodiversa, I mean, you get really strong proposals, and the follow-up is really strong as well. And you forming effectively networks within each sort of project group. What's probably missing is actually the monitoring element. We don't ask for, in the proposals, for some metrics that would help monitor the implementation. Most funders will ask for indicators, and that's not something that is asked for within the Biodiversa realm. So that'd be the one thing you could do to strengthen that proposal process and then follow up.
That's good. Okay, yeah, you have one more comment. Oh, yeah, I know. So, yeah. Thank you so much. We have a question up here, please.
Hi, I'm just wondering if the panel thinks that Biodiversa and the EU Commission need to do more in involving the policymakers in this environment, because to me, there's a gap between, so researchers were not necessarily politically savvy, or we don't have clout, and yet the EU are co-funding these projects, and no matter how obvious the solution is sometimes, it arrives at a politician or a government department, and where you've got civil servants, and where the solution creates an issue or a problem or an uncertainty with civil servants, we all know that they really control the political environment, so everything stops. So for me, I would love to see the actual, so for example, the EU would say that member states are expected to protect biodiversity, but is that not a little bit weak? Because when it comes to the member states, it's up to the member states, and if they are uncertain about what to do or how much to push, or if there's going to be an embarrassment in Europe if it's challenged, then it goes nowhere. So somewhere, does there not need to be more push from Biodiversa and the EU Commission on our policy makers and on those stakeholders? Should they not be in the room? Because even our funders will fund it, but then there is this connection, and those policymakers are not in the room that are going to do the transformative change that I'm going to be trying to make in my project.
Okay.
And so
yeah, thank you. We are running short of time. So you want to respond? I think maybe the Commission wants to also respond. If you could give the microphone up there to, yeah.
Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I can try. I mean, I think this is actually supposedly built into Biodiversa Plus, and this is also what we were doing yesterday. And the point of Biodiversa Plus is to have not only the research actors, but you have the environment ministries, the environmental protection agencies, and this is why we keep saying that Biodiversa Plus is a unique actor, and also regional levels and so on. So this is really the idea, is to have it built in to the research and the activities. But yeah, of course, it could always be better. I guess that's a point to take. But yes, and also in the involvement of the European Commission. Normally, this is also the idea of co-funded public-public partnerships and the role Biodiversa Plus has to play there.
Yeah, thank you. You want to also? Yes, please, Susanna.
Yeah, it's only a last comment.
No, sorry. We have the Commission was still, yeah.
I just wanted to add that I think this is stressing the importance of tailoring the research results to different types of audiences, and policymakers at different levels are a key audience in this sense. So I found myself very often having conversations with people working in municipalities, and they always said that, of course, you know, that they are involved in the projects and they're producing knowledge that is useful, but at the end of the day, they are not the ones making the decisions, and then it has to go to the politicians. And that what you bring to the politicians is in another form. So for me, it's highlighting a little bit the need to translate the research results depending on who we are delivering the results to, and ultimately that's who it is.
Thank you so much. Now for one final question here, please.
Okay. Thank you. I was thinking that for transformative change, we need a time for having people involved and engaged in a long-term change. Some important aspects regarding environmental social justice, and we mentioned here, might be neglected sometimes in nature-based solutions on behalf of a problem to be solved, and a specific problem to be solved. So I would like to listen from you. How can we avoid that scaling up, that is important, but scaling up concern, how can we avoid it to become a trap in terms of the depth of our achievement and long-term change? Don't you think that we need a broader scope for our qualitative indicators related to our results? Don't you think that we need more discussion regarding some concepts? And I give an example. We have talked about...
Sorry, we need to wrap up, so maybe if that is your question. Yeah, thank you. You want to respond? It's not an easy question to, yeah.
I think I've spoken enough, but yeah, thank you for the question. I think it is always a fine line, right? Scalability and connection to place and to people. I think that is always very hard. Obviously, I think you can, maybe that's one way of seeing it. And we saw discussions yesterday about scaling in, scaling out, right? So there are different ways of amplifying. And maybe it is about, we usually think about scaling up as replicating. You got something that works here and you cookie cutter, put it everywhere else. And I think maybe if we think less about that and we think more about how we amplify in other ways, maybe it goes by word of mouth from one place to another, or it goes from one government to another, or it goes the knowledge, or the approach, but not exactly the thing, right? So maybe those are other ways in which we can explore how to amplify while still keeping the connection.
Thank you so much. We do need to wrap this up because I think you want a bit of coffee, and then we have a lot of interesting things later today. Sorry for those who were not able to pose their questions in the room or online. But if you're here, you can interact with the people throughout the day, and those online, you will have the contact information to the projects in this brochure that you should read. Right, we have one final comment from, I think, Steve Hawkins, who is on also our advisory board. Yeah.
So indeed, we have a last comment by our member of the advisory board, Steve Hawkins, saying that there is a need to look backwards on wheel schemes, taking an evidence-based approach to learn from successes and failures, and also dig out unreported failures.
Yeah, so don't forget to learn from the failures as well. So thank you for that. Thank you all, the panel and the speakers. This has been really inspiring. And now we will have a short break until 5 minutes to the hour.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After the break, we are about to start with the presentations of the funded projects. It's your time to shine, basically. So let's get started. My name is Ondřej Kuzbach, and I work at the Technology Agency of the Czech Republic. And it's my pleasure to welcome you here in Montpellier. Also with my colleague Matěj over here. We are the BiodivNBS follow-up team, and we are spamming you all with all the emails and critical info that we provide for you. To introduce you to the presentations of the funded projects right now, there are going to be 3 sessions in total, and there will be 2-minute presentations of each of the projects that we have here for the BiodivNBS kickoff meeting, so 34 in total. And after the presentations in each session, there will be a panel and the Q&A session for all those 3 sessions. All right, so without further ado, I would like to invite the PIs of the funded projects in the first session. So for the first project, it's BioPlastOmics and Alicia Prieto. Please come to the stage and take a seat. The second project, it's Nature Biopromo and Patricia Cardoso Teixeira. Perfect. Third project, it's MBS for Aquamission and Gemma Parra. Fourth project, BioRestorm, presented by Caterina Tondera. Fifth one, Brave and Melina Kurantidou. 3B, presented by Grace McCormack. Then PresinMed, presented by Javier Martínez-López. Forest All, presented by Miguel Vasco Ribeiro. Wild in Grasslands, presented by Joris Kromsicht. And last but not least, BioQ, presented by Aline Frossard. Please come to the stage. Thank you very much. And the session will be moderated by Adriana Ford. Adriana Ford is the center manager at the Leverhulme Center for Wildfires, Environment and Society, and she's based at the Imperial College of London. And she's also, of course, a member of the BiodivNBS Evaluation Committee. Adriana, please come to the stage as well. All right, and we can then move to the presentations of the funded projects. And I would ask Alicia, please, to come and present your project.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. It's my pleasure to be here today to give a brief overview of our project funded in this call that is not denominated BioPlastOmics. Maybe the subject of the project is a little bit different from many of those that are in this call, because we are going to face plastics pollution. In particular, micro and nanoplastics pollution, because these small particles are released from big plastic pieces by abiotic factors and are very harmful for environments because they finally enter the food chain and can damage all kinds of living beings. So we are now facing this problem of contamination by these small products, and our idea is addressing a nature-based solution to fight these pollutants, and this is going to be based on exploring the richness of the biodiversity, microbial biodiversity in Brazil. One of our partners is from Brazil, and they are going to sample in contaminated habitats in landfills or coastal areas contaminated by plastics, and we are going to try to isolate native communities, microbial communities, and from these communities also individual strains, fungal and bacterial strains that show promising activities in degrading these pollutants. So after the sampling and the collecting of this material, we will analyze by metagenomics tools the whole population of these communities, of selected samples of these communities, to try to find or to identify species that can act on these materials, and also trying to identify genes that potentially are involved in plastics degradation. We are going to analyze these species, we are going to analyze the proteins to identify the enzymes involved in plastic degradation, and the final aim of the project is preparing something like a bioreactor in which we will put together microorganisms or immobilized enzymes and test this bioreactor for the degradation of model plastic molecules. So this is all, because in 2 minutes I can say much more. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much. I will invite to the next project, and maybe before that, I will just mention that we have a timekeeper over here, and yeah, we really need to stick to the 2 minutes. So please try to do that, and please, Patricia with Nature BioPromo.
So, good morning, everyone. So I'm Patricia Cardoso. I'm from CIMAR at the University of Porto in Portugal, and I'm here as coordinator of Nature BioPromo, entitled Hybrid Nature-Based Solutions as Biodiversity Promoters and Their Implications for Emerging Contaminants Mitigation. So, Nature BioPromo focus mainly on understanding the ecological relevance of existing nature-based solutions and their importance in the mitigation of emerging contaminants pollution, while also contributing for local biodiversity and their ecosystem service. So the main innovations of this project are the implementation of intensified nature-based solutions in order to promote high efficiency of contaminants removal, and not only contaminants, but also the nutrients. Also create synergies between nature-based solutions, sewage treatments, and biodiversity support, and the valorization of plant biomass for bioenergy production like biogas, promoting a circular economy. So in terms of impacts, it has different scientific and socioeconomic impacts, like in terms of biodiversity enrichment and conservation. It will contribute to a better wastewater management and also for the production of the clean energy, which has a significant socio-economic value. And overall, we'll have a general contribution in terms of environmental and socioeconomic sustainability. That's it. Thank you.
So, bonjour to everyone. I'm here to present my proposal. Thanks Biodiversa Plus for funding, or to select that for funding. We are a team that you can see in the map is across Europe, working for aquatic biodiversity. So our mission is going to work for biodiversity, enhance biodiversity, trying to use nature-based solutions to solve the problem of pharmaceutical pollution, mainly with the emphasis of these emerging concern pollutants. As you already know, these pollutants are now the new or the last transgressor planetary boundary. And yes, we are trying to work with nature-based solution to remove pharmaceutical from those toxic cocktail that we poor aquatic organisms are just taking a bath. With the nature-based solutions, so we are going to enhance habitats and promote the recovery of ecosystem services such as river self-depuration. From a social and economic point of view, we are going to use a life cycle assessment approach to understand and to give more information about the social and economic advantages. We want to promote green jobs, reuse resources that at the beginning were residues and transforming in resources. We want to take into account citizen participations through that also participative approach in order to enhance the acceptance of nature-based solutions and to improve the implementation of those solutions in order to also promote nature as a biodiversity. So thank you to all my teams for presenting that proposal.
Hello, good morning. I would like to present some aspects of our project BioRestorm. Here you see some roadside stormwater biofiltration filters. And these are the kind of systems we will investigate and hope to answer several questions around them. You see these systems more and more, and they are also in close location to people who are living there. So one question is, what can we do to keep a long-term acceptance of these systems? Then we will look at how microbial communities, including fungi, interact with the plants and what pollutants do on that on the long term. And we will also look at how, for example, hydraulic impacts and long-term droughts, etc., are impacting these systems. So we hope to develop rehabilitation measures for so that these systems can run as long as possible. We currently have systems that have been running for more than a decade, but the majority is rather young. And also to look at what can we do that the plant succession is both well for biodiversity, but also for the system functioning from an engineering perspective. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a different project. Brave.
So, hi everyone, my name is Melina Kurantidou, and I'll be presenting our BRAVE project on biological invasions resolved through adaptable, versatile, and engaging nature-based solutions. What if a species could be both a threat and an opportunity? Invasive species like the Pacific oyster, the blue crab, and the pink Pacific salmon spread fast and damage native ecosystems. But they also create value through recreational opportunities. So this tension is where the BRAVE project steps in. We're exploring nature-based solutions like targeted recreational harvesting as tools to manage invasive species while protecting biodiversity. But it's not simple. Every action comes with trade-offs. Who wins, who loses, and what values guide our choices. That's why the BRAVE project combines ecology with economics and policy with people. Across case studies in the Nordics and in the Mediterranean, we work with citizens, fishers, scientists, and decision makers to evaluate real-world solutions. And our goal is to create a new framework for invasive species management, because managing invasions isn't just about stopping species. It's about making smarter and fairer decisions for nature and for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. And now it's freebie. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much and good morning. So I'm here to present Freebie, and the title says everything really. It's about free-living honeybee colonies in Europe, nature-based solutions to safeguard and promote transformative change. And I would start by asking you, what is your perception when you think of honeybee? And when I started in this research, the perception really was that this is an intensively managed, domesticated animal that is basically globally traded, and is actually poses a huge risk to pollinators, wild pollinators, because of competition for resources and also because of disease transfer. But what we want to say to you is actually honeybees are first and foremost a wild pollinator themselves, and as a result of intensive apiculture are actually the biodiversity of our honeybees, particularly Apis mellifera, which originated is a native species in Europe, has plummeted. So what we want to do is basically, we know, so actually in the IUCN, the last report on the red list, the honeybee, despite it being a really important species, has been designated as data deficient. So we want to look at where wild honeybees are living across a latitudinal and climate gradient across our partners from Portugal, France, Ireland, Poland, and Switzerland, and include other
partners in other countries through the International Coalition Honeybee Watch. We want to understand how they can survive when managed colonies don't. We want to look at genomic, morphological, behavioral, ecological and disease factors that contribute to their survival. And then who? We have loads of stakeholders, from hobbyists, beekeepers to bee farmers, all of the stakeholders, government agencies, foresters, national parks and citizens, but also policymakers and legislators. We want to change attitudes to free living colonies across the board, so that that we change attitudes and change policy, change legislation to actually defend the wild honeybee in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's President's turn. And Javier, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. So I'm going to present, shall I move this? Okay, so I'm going to present this project, Preserving the Singularity of Mediterranean High Mountain Biodiversity Hotspots, our NBS approach. It's led by the University of Granada in Spain, but it also has partners in Italy, in Morocco, and in Portugal. The project is basically about preserving the singularity of this high mountain ecosystem, typically, which are the wet meadows, which are very much threatened by climate change. So temperature is increasing, precipitation lowering, and then also this is a global, let's say, factor, but there are local factors like tourism with trampling, or also herbivory, which is increasing also and going more and more upwards. So they are really good biodiversity hotspots. They are refuges for many other species. They have a lot of services like provision of pastures, but also water regulation. And what we want to do here is basically to identify and monitor essential variables through field sampling, but also very much through remote sensing that can diagnose the condition of wet meadows based on structure, functioning, and composition, but also the related ecosystem services. And develop restoration measures that are compatible with human activities, basically, and then that are not just based on scientific experiments, but also to restoring traditional water ditches, etc. So, of course, foster international collaboration, but also finding optimal local solutions. I'm not going for the impacts, but just to the areas that the Apennines, Gran Paradiso, Serra da Estrella, and Sierra Nevada. And basically, we're going to do that through modeling, monitoring phenology, fragmentation, and biodiversity loss, and very much also assessing trade-offs between NBS in a different gradient of socio-ecological conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. And now it should be Miguel, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. Please bear with me 2 minutes. Imagine walking through a quiet, ancient forest. The air is crisp, scented with pine and earth. Sunlight dances between the trees. With every breath, your stress fades away. Now, imagine if this wasn't just a pleasant moment, but a prescription for health. This is the heart of Forestall, a groundbreaking project connecting the dots between forest health, human well-being, and biodiversity conservation. At its core, it explores a powerful idea that spending time in nature isn't just enjoyable, it's fundamental. Across Portugal, Slovenia, Poland, Lithuania, and Taiwan, scientists, forest managers, healthcare providers, and everyday citizens are working together to unlock the science behind healing forests. But this isn't just research tucked away in labs. Forestall is citizen science in action. Communities and schools will help collect data, co-design forest experiences, and shape policies to bring together nature-based therapy and our healthcare systems. We will study soil microbiomes, tree emissions, and human responses, all to understand how forests can boost immunity, reduce stress, and improve mental health. In a time when the world feels increasingly disconnected from nature, from each other, and from our own well-being, Forestall offers a hopeful path forward. It's about turning forests into allies for health, resilience, and climate action. Whether you are a scientist, a policymaker, a forest owner, if any present, or someone who simply loves a walk in the woods, Forestall invites you to be part of a movement that heals people and protects nature, because the future of our planet might just begin with a single step into the forest. So let's make nature great again.
Thank you. And now it's yours, please.
Thank you. I was this grassland, maybe a bit too critical grassland lover, but I'm representing a team focusing on grasslands because grassy ecosystems cover 50% of global land, but actually only 10% of NBS studies focus on grassland systems. So our program focuses on developing wilding as a nature-based opportunity to restore biodiversity while simultaneously improving livelihood and climate values. Wilding involves ecological restoration approaches that strengthen the autonomous functioning of ecosystems, such as facilitating more natural grazing or fire regimes. We focus on the grassy ecosystems in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa and on co-creating NBS with local communities. We do this because NBS has been criticized for their top-down and neo-colonial approach, where solutions are developed in the global north and applied elsewhere. Our main objective is to, in a transdisciplinary team of scientists, NGOs, government representatives, and especially local communities, co-create wilding scenarios. We co-create these scenarios with a combination of social and natural science techniques, such as futuring techniques, but also storytelling and participatory monitoring. And we will work in diverse land tenure systems, from communally owned grazing areas to privately owned farms and state-owned protected areas. Through our project, we aim to develop blueprints for African-centered NBS, for grassy systems in Africa, but also beyond. And we also plan to develop guidelines for how to develop such opportunities in a transdisciplinary, inclusive, and participatory way, so that solutions are locally embedded and supported. Thank you.
Thank you. And BioQ to close this session, please.
Yes. Hello. Yeah. So I'm here to present the BioQ project, which includes 5 different partners. So 3 in Europe, in Denmark, Switzerland, and Spain, and 2 also in South Africa. So the BioQ project is about how the nature-based solution will affect the microbial diversity and the link with its functions, and especially the ability of the microbes to incorporate carbon into the biomass, and this carbon might be then stabilized in the soil. So for that, we will use a range of different nature-based solution case studies. That didn't go well. So we had different sites in Europe and also in South Africa where this case study will be. And we are gonna look at the link of the diversity functions of the microbes at different scales, from the landscape scales to the microbial community scales, all the way to the single cell scales. And what we're gonna do as well is to try to identify and cultivate key microbial taxa that are especially good in incorporating carbons, to then further create a synthetic community. And this community might be then used to even further improve the NBS actions in different environments. A key output of our project is also the data that we're gonna produce that we think will improve the carbon cycling modeling and also the planification and management of the NBS actions. Of course, we're gonna interact and communicate with stakeholders as well. And one example is that we're gonna organize a citizen science activity where we, in each of the city where we have partners, we are gonna invite citizens to actually do NBS action in their own gardens, where we're gonna do some measurements and yeah, some action. So thank you.
Thank you all very much for your presentations. And now please, Adriana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think we all feel a little bit more relaxed after the introduction to Forestall and that peaceful description of the forests. But yeah, thank you to Biodiversa Plus for inviting me to chair this fantastic kickoff session with the first 10 projects. I've been on the evaluation committee since, I think, the 2001 call, but it's the first time I've actually made it to one of the kickoff meetings to actually meet the people behind all the proposals that we review. So it's a real privilege to actually meet the real people behind it. Yeah, so now we have a chance to have a question and answer session. I have some questions of my own, but when we pass it over to the audience, please do state at the beginning of your question who the question is for, so they can already start thinking that this is for them. Or it might be a question that's for the whole panel, so just let people know so they can prepare themselves. But yeah, I think I had all sorts of questions that I wanted to ask you, but actually after the keynote presentations this morning, excellent presentations, but Erich Wolff's one made me think about something. And my question actually is, how are your projects going to engage with the metaphorical termite mound? Now, by that, I mean, how are you going to engage with different value systems, if at all? And, you know, what are the challenges and approaches that you might do to be able to do that? So I'll let any of you volunteer to answer that question, and then I'll open it up to the audience. I think there's a
I think this is easy for bees because bees are such a part of culture, human culture for thousands of years. And so, and we have different attitudes towards bees and how they're used. So from hobbyist beekeepers and bee farmers. So really some of the work we're doing is actually giving confidence to people to do more natural beekeeping, not to use chemicals. A lot of people do it, but are afraid to say because of conventional beekeeping. So actually just talking to people and citizens, actually people love honeybees. And you know, so they're actually part of the hearts and minds of members of the public. So in some ways it's an easy project, but others then you've got competing commercial interests, and that's where it gets tricky. So you've got to understand that honeybees are both free, wild and managed, and therefore you have to, that's going to be tricky for us to change the really intensive beekeeping and understand where they're coming from, while at the same time promoting natural beekeeping where it's appropriate. But yeah, I mean, it's part of our heritage, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And you managed competing interests and BioRestorm. This is also one of the things that we're facing. We need to manage stormwater. At the same time, people want green space that looks as they wish it looks. So we try to look at what are their challenges that we can address and how can we make that acceptance of such systems and maybe even maintenance is within the hand of the neighbors. And on the other hand, does the municipality, for example, even want that? Does it interact or conflict with their interests in keeping the maintenance of these systems? So this is from the societal perspective that we're going to look at in BioRestorm.
Brilliant, thank you. Okay. Want to, and then. Yeah.
So, for instance, in our nature-based solution proposed, we are going to have a real challenge concerning the land use, because we are going to use space that can be used for other uses. And probably this is one of the challenges to compete with other economic interests in the use of that part of land to solve a problem instead of taking earning money. So that's.
Thank you.
And very briefly with respect to the BRAVE project, because values are very central to our project, and invasive species in particular, where there's conflicting interest. There's people who obtain value from recreational value from some of the species that we'll be studying, and other people who are strongly opposed to them. So this conflict of values is at the very heart of our project, and we anticipate challenges in exploring those trade-offs. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. Anybody else, or shall we go over to Forestall?
We live in different hard times, right? Even for science and truth, and how we manage these different values. It's a real challenge to set up a project in motion, and trying to provide a solution for this risk, engaging all the different communities and groups of interest in the research process itself, participating in the sampling campaigns, for example, in the citizen science approach. It aims to provide information on this side so that you can't assume that the data is being manipulated by an invisible hand. So bringing these different interests groups into science process so they can learn and see how we work with the truth or intend to.
Thank you. Okay, thanks very much for your answers so far. So I'll open it up to the audience for some questions. We've got, I think, one over there. Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. I have just one question for all of you. Have you considered potential risks to for the development of the project? I mean, and how to address them, because they are long-term projects and there are different issues that can face risk. Have you considered this?
Maybe I can try and answer this also by combining it with an answer to the previous question.
Of course.
Maybe one way for us of trying this is by really truly deeply engaging with the local community. And I was actually, we were quite convinced that we would not get this funding because our proposal was very, very vague in terms of what we would do. But what we did do is describe the processes through which we want to engage the community. So we don't really know yet what we will, which parts of biodiversity we will focus on. We also don't really know yet how we want to monitor these groups of biodiversity, because we really want to build this together with the local community. So this has to come out of the community in terms of their interests, maybe also their expertise, of course. What expertise is there that we can build on? So maybe that's kind of our way also to minimize the risk of, because if they are really engaged, I think the risk of this failing completely is much smaller, because it's actually built on something that comes out of their desires. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, an excellent point about the co-creation and the processes of being able to work out what to do in research by talking to the people who will be involved in the research. So excellent.
Yeah, along those lines, besides the usual science risks of getting the data on time and doing the science on time, we worry a little bit about local resistance, because oftentimes in invasive species science, you typically want to eradicate, you want to control the species, but when you have to do with species that create value for people, you may be confronted with local resistance. So I'm not exactly sure how we're going to face this risk, but we also plan on early engagement with local stakeholders and users of the resources, hoping that this is going to smooth out the process throughout the duration of the project.
Thank you.
I think we've mitigated the risk to some degree because we're bringing together partners where some have no experience, we have no idea if wild colonies will live in those countries, but we're partnering with people where we know they do exist. So we know we're going to get information. However, like the question I asked this morning around the gap in legislation and policy. So, you know, we'll be up. So the problem is that honeybees have gone extinct over most of Europe already. We've lost locally adapted forms, and people who are trying to maintain those are under huge pressure. So that is a huge risk. Whether we be able to change that or not is going to depend on policymakers and legislators. So that is where we have no problem, I think, with a huge amount of our stakeholders, but then the commercial beekeepers and policymakers, will we, where it matters, where wild honeybees are exterminated, where they exist because of their threat to managed colonies, that's a problem. Because will we ever be able to bring wild colonies back where they used to be? And have we already lost locally adapted forms? There's a huge risk there to some countries, but we've mitigated the risk because at least we know that in other places we do have them. So, and it's a long-term goal.
In our project by Restorm, we're actually trying to mitigate or a general risk that exists for regions that do not yet use stormwater systems like that, or very few. We're trying, and we have partners in Canada, France, Sweden, and Estonia. And in Estonia, the systems are not as yet as much existent. So we're trying to evaluate how can we actually then start up these systems without making the same mistakes as we did in all the other countries. So sort of trying to develop a roadmap that lowers the risk for future regions to install such systems.
So beside that, we did a plan for risk and contingency plan. Today and yesterday, I realized that I missed this kind of risks that had been mentioned on the translation to policymakers' languages. So I think we will take a new course on that way of translate the information to the policies that is going to be a risk in the final result of the final outcome of the project.
No, I have a few things to say about, because our risks are more related to the practical, to the culture in a species, microbial species, and so on. But in link with the previous question also, we would like to do some activities. My center and the Brazilian center are very active in dissemination activities and communication, and we will prepare some activities for, especially for children, for schools and so on, to get into their minds the basis of the problem, that is the huge use of plastic material and the bad management of plastics waste. So these are the main things that we approach in this context.
Thank you. Any other questions? See any hands up? Oh, there's one down here. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming back to monitoring. And the reason why I'm saying this, I'll formulate a question on this, is because in the Horizon projects, the 94 Horizon projects, I really think that's the part where we're weakest. Being self-reflected, I said that yesterday as well in the policy event. I was just wondering, are you really looking into like the monitoring schemes? I heard already that some of you are really counting on cross-checking monitoring bottom up, you know, checking with the local communities and stuff. But do you also have like frameworks where you already like come with something and then like validate that with the community? And are you also thinking about monitoring long term, like after the project ends? I know it's a very ambitious question, but it's very important.
Thank you for your question. Who would like to?
Yes and no. Oh.
Thanks. So actually in our project, we're gonna use sites where actually there is already possibly already a monitoring. So the idea is also to build up on what exists already, and possibly yet to continue and improve maybe the monitoring with other measurements. And yes, possibly if it's, yeah, I don't know, depending on means to continue after this frame of this project. Yes, that would be, yeah, the case. I don't know.
Shall I pass it across? Might be quicker. Are you okay?
As in our case, as the project aims to start a process and not to already keep track of a problem, we have a previous assessment, so we are working on the building up of that monitoring. So being with such a strong bet on the participated process, we aim that all the entities involved in the even the community's representative entities like public authorities, municipalities, and so they represent a whole set of groups themselves. So being part of it, we aim to connect the assessment with the potential value creation even for the territory. So we aim to build that monitoring plan in the set of the project itself.
Yes, maybe very specifically, later on in the program, we are looking into opportunities or ideas to indeed, if you talk about long-term monitoring and continuing after the project, to make that financially viable. So like, for example, things like biodiversity credits, that could be used to really link to the very local scale monitoring, so that you link the individual person there monitoring something to somebody, maybe somewhere else in the world, paying for that monitoring effort. But that's kind of a very small part of our project. So if other projects are also looking into this, we would really like to connect to you on this.
So we are kind of lucky that the systems we will be looking at have been monitored in the past because of connections that exist, for example, an urban observatory on hydrology in the Lyon metropolitan area. The systems in Sweden have been followed for a long time by Lund University, and Montreal University did the same in Canada. But it's true that also continuing this work always requires at least a minimum of funding to have this going on, because without any sort of structure or funding, this will not be possible to continue. So we need the local communities and the stakeholders to be interested actually in this long-term observation.
And I just mentioned, I guess, we have a voluntary international network I mentioned before, Honeybee Watch, which kind of has brought the team together in some ways. And then this project is building on work that some of us have done already in our countries. And we have online platforms then, and citizens are really interested. So we have WhatsApp groups where citizens, we have regular Zoom calls where we present the science and stuff. So in Ireland, I have it set up so that it's independent if I change direction, that it's run by, some of it's run by National Biodiversity Data Centre. But anyway, and through Honeybee Watch. So we have short, medium and long-term impacts. The long-term impacts in terms of changing policy and legislation is going to be beyond the life of this. So we are already making plans for the future. And I guess the beauty of this is to make those connections now, learn how to do it. So yesterday was brilliant. Yesterday morning has inspired me to do more perhaps there. And so, yeah, so obviously we need more money in the long term. Actually running websites is expensive anyway. So it's clear that within a couple of years, we'll have to be applying for the next round of funding. That's clear. But we have plans. Yeah, watch this space, EPA.
Thank you. That actually leads me on to a question. It's all related, and I think you've already touched upon it there, Grace, with your talking about platforms and policy impact. But what are kind of how do you think you're going to be able to have long-term legacy of your projects beyond that funding period? Maybe that's around data. I mean, beyond scientific publications. You've mentioned a couple of methods and policy, but opening it up to everybody, like how will you be able to have that? So we talked about legacy a lot yesterday, I think. So what are your plans at this stage within that?
Quickly, for me, it's knowledge exchange, not transfer, between particularly beekeepers, and already there's change happening.
Thank you.
I would say, in our case, connecting it with the economy. So creating a value proposal from this healing forests concept as a specific space with based in scientific evidences, and working upon it so we can have and cross with different economy sectors like the healthcare sector, like the tourism sector. So maybe this can turn into I would say, I wouldn't want to be erratic, but a product that can be shared and collectively evaluated by this initial consortium, and then its external networks from within. So,
thank you.
Yeah, no. Yeah, maybe one legacy for our project would be actually to shed light a bit of the processes that are going on underground, which is sometimes overlooked, either in the scientific community. Like if I'm thinking now about modeling, but like global carbon modeling or biogeochemical cycles, yeah, the soil is still considered as a black box. So this would be one legacy to a bit like focus on this and try to know more. And also for the other stakeholders or the general public to just make them aware. I mean, there are more and more activities or events now but it's quite recent that I would say that the general public is actually aware of that our soils are actually living.
Standardization and guidelines was mentioned several times during the last panels, and this is the members of our team. Several of them are involved on the local, national, and international levels, also for these setting up standards and guidelines. And by including our results in the further development of these standards and guidelines, we're hoping to make that impact on a long term.
Brilliant, thank you. Do you want to answer? I think we have a question at the top there.
Yes,
thank you.
Thanks very much. I have a targeted question for those projects working with micropollutants, whether from stormwater or peri-urban systems. How have you selected which chemicals you're actually going to measure and track? Because there are hundreds of thousands out there, and I was triggered by the picture of a toxic cocktail, and we're really only regulating a very small part of this.
I'll just shortly answer to that for BioRestorm. We're looking at what is extremely relevant for the different regions. We have, for example, PFAS problem and stormwater, also always metal problems, microplastics, etc. So we're trying to, well, money always also dictates what we can monitor, but we try to analyze for what seems to be the most relevant for the case and the system.
In the case of our proposal, we have the baselines on the watch list, the European watch list on priority systems. Under that, we need to understand that the different demo sites that we have in the project will see different profiles in pharmaceutical products in the release of our cities in the aquatic ecosystem. And I don't know if you know, but for instance, in Spain, we have the leadership on the use of anxiolytic and antidepressant products. So probably we'll need to adapt the list for the different demo sites, but we already know that. So I think it's nothing that we cannot solve it.
So in our case, in Nature BioPromo, of course, we'll have 4 case studies in different, from Europe to South Africa and Brazil, so different climatic situation, different cultures and so on. So of course, the type of, the kind of pollutants that we're gonna find it will be different for sure. So it depends on the case studies, but of course we have also the guidelines from the EU regulations, and so this can be the main focus, right? The list of micropollutants that are in the new directive for the wastewater treatment plants. So and see according to the funding and so on, and but this can be one of the focus.
In our case, in BioPlastOmics, we are going to focus on 3 plastic molecules, the plastic polymers, excuse me, that are polyestyrene, polyethylene. Those are very difficult, are very highly degraded because they are very strong molecules. and the linkages are carbon-carbon linkages, which is very, very difficult to degrade. And also in a very common plastic that is polyethylene terephthalate, the PET that we use in single-use bottles and all this stuff. And we are going to focus on the degradation of microplastics arising from these molecules.
Thank you. I see we've got only about a minute left, and I'm going to, I think, steal the last question, if there's anyone with a burning question, which I'm going to put everybody on the spot. So in just a few words, are these proposals and these projects, so much goes into putting into these proposals and making it all happen. So I'm sure it's all driven by passion. So if you were to say in just a few words, each of you in turn, what are you most excited about for starting this project and for your outputs? You have to start.
Yes, we are very happy to start because all the Spanish here have had problems with the Spanish agency that has launched the projects very lately. So we are extremely happy to finally start the project and start in collaboration with our colleagues, with our partners. And we hopefully find good methods to break down these awful molecules that are plastic residues.
Thank you.
Yeah, in our case, of course, we are very excited to start this and start to collaborate with so many different partners and with different case studies and interact in the field with the stakeholders and interested parties. So it's to be amazing, I hope.
I'm sure it will be. Thank you.
For me, this most exciting thing is to be a agent of change. So the team will be, I hope so, agent of change in the topic of toxic effect of pharmaceutical in aquatic system. So I hope so.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I'm very excited about all the things that I'm hoping to learn in this project, since it's very transdisciplinary and I'm working together with colleagues that I've been known for quite some time, but I haven't worked yet with. So this is what I'm very excited about.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, lots of excitement. One is actually doing stuff that really has a high impact application. That's cool. And learning from my collaborators and the bees. That's what I'm excited about.
So for us, the fact that we are going to work with, for instance, traditional irrigation ditches that are maintained by the local communities, and we're going to restore them, and we're going to link them with biodiversity, wet meadows, pasture ecosystem services in general. Locally, I think that's going to bring us together. I think that's going to have a very big impact on our community in Sierra Nevada, and I'm sure, and probably the challenge is to do the same across all sites, right? To be able to do that. And also to learn from each other, because I'm sure that when we talk about engagement, etc., it will be completely different in Morocco, in Italy, in Portugal, in Spain. And this is for us, as coordinator leaders, we are going to, to try to tackle that, because in Sierra Nevada, we are part of the Global Observatory and we have long-term experience here locally. But we need to, to bring the project at once together, and I think it's going to be very challenging locally and globally, internationally.
Thank you.
Very excited here to start the BRAVE project because invasions with ambivalent impacts is something we have been thinking for a while now, and for the Pacific oyster and the pink Pacific salmon, there are species that we have been talking for a while, and this call was a great opportunity to put the proposal together. And we're also incorporating a southern case study, the blue crab in the Mediterranean, so we're very excited to learn from these case studies, north versus south, learn from each other, work with ecologists and economists, do the interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary work.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, I have to say grasslands, of course. And then especially also actually the diverse people and their values in these systems. So, and then specifically actually learning from them what our project will be about. So I'm looking forward to that.
Wonderful, thank you.
Overall, the excitement is to finally put our feet on the path. So, because the process started almost 2 years ago, and we are finally setting things in motion. And in my personal case, the excitement is more into getting hands-on with the data and the results, and hoping to confirm or not, but hopefully confirm this perception that we have of the positive impacts of forests on our health. So,
thank you.
Yeah, I'm also excited to actually have this collaboration and think together on the technical challenge that this project will bring. And finally, also to very excited about the results of this project.
Wonderful, thank you. So we had a lot of collaboration with partners, with stakeholders, learning, knowledge exchange, impact agents of change, getting started, passionate about your ecosystem habitats, and it's all wonderful. And so I think we'll finish up there, probably a couple of minutes over. But again, congratulations on your projects, and thank you for this wonderful panel. Thank you.
Yes, thank you all very much. You are free to go back to your place. And thank you, Adriana, for the moderation as well. Please also give her a round of applause. All right, it's time to go to lunch. It's exciting, right? Let's do it. So let's be back at 14 or like 15 past 2. And yeah, enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'd like to continue with our second session on the funded projects. My name is Magnus. I'm one of the 3 co-chairs of Biodiversa Plus. I'm based at the Laura Project Management Agency in Bonn, Germany, and so a direct colleague of Magnus and Ron. So we have another bunch of 12 very interesting projects we will present you in a few seconds. And I'd like to ask the presenters to come to our panel here. So the first project is Biodiversity to Drugs, Peptide Biodiversity, Advancing Human Health Through Nature's Pharmacological Treasures, presented by Christian Gruber. Christian, please take a seat. Then we have AirBid, Airborne Biological Diversity Shaped and Modeled by Urban Green Elements, presented by Nestor Gonzalez Roldan. Please, Nestor. Then we have Biodiversity, Greening Cities as Nature-Based Solution and the Impact on Vectors and Vector-Borne Disease Risks, presented by Sander Conrad. Sander, please, thank you. Then we have Greenhands NBT, Growing Resilience by Exploring Methods to Enhance Urban Agriculture for Human Well-Being, Community and Biodiversity Enrichment, presented by Giovanna Mercado. Giovanna. Then we have Insalza, Increasing Sustainability of Agri-Biologicals by Living Labs in Sub-Saharan Africa, presented by Ramesh Vitokuri. Ramesh. We have Wild Crop, Optimal Rewilding of Crop Bodyguard Interactions, Facilitating the Green Transformation of Agriculture, presented by Johann Steinberg. Johann. We have Salty Beats, Salty Symphonies, Bringing Back Biodiversity and Marginal Salt Lands, presented by Nadia Bazi-Hizina. Thank you. We have Soil Divine, Promoting Soil Quality and Biodiversity in Vineyard Ecosystems through Nature-Based Solutions, presented by Matteo Gatti. Matteo. We have Transform, Back to the Future, Traditional Agroforestry Systems as Nature-Based Solutions to Face Multiple Societal Challenges, presented by Matteo Dainese. Matteo. Biosolar, Solar Farms, an Opportunity to Recover Biodiversity in Farmlands, presented by Helena Naffa. Embrace, Reconciling Food Systems, Sustainability and Biodiversity Conservation in Multifunctional Protected Areas, presented by Mario Torralba Vioretta. Thank you. And we have one additional project which is not presented here today, but we'll have a video contribution from that project. It's the project Foundational, Transforming Rural Landscapes and Communities through Nature-Based Solutions, Integrating Biodiversity Conservation and Human Well-Being at the Nature-Agriculture Interface. And we'll have a video presentation after the presenting of all the 11 other projects. And finally, we have a moderator for this session for today, and this is Masoumeh Mirsafay. Please, Masoumeh, come to the floor too. She's a senior lecturer and urban planner and a nature-based solution expert, I must say, working at the Department of Architecture and Built Environment at Lund University in Sweden. And you have a long experience of working in different nature-based solution projects, also in the Global South. So, yes, I'd like to give the floor to you, Masoumeh, and the first project to start. And I think the first one will be presented by you, Christian. Okay, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm not Christian Gruber. In fact, I'm Nicolas Gilles from France, because Christian couldn't come. Our project, Biodiversity to Drug, its purpose is to use biodiversity to develop the drug of tomorrow. As you can see, we are a huge consortium with the 15 granted partners plus 10 ungranted partners from all the continents. And as you know, we lack drugs, we lack safe and efficient drugs. As you can see on your left, all the link between disease and therapeutic target, which is not addressed by efficient and safe drugs. And we are building that natural peptide that you can find on Earth, and especially in bacteria, in plants, and in animal venom, like you can see on the middle, are beautiful and very efficient peptides that have evolved since millions of years to handle very important pharmacological activities. So our purpose will be to source bacteria, plants, and venoms, and by cutting-edge technology to study the source, to extract the peptide, and to screen the peptide on therapeutic targets. Therapeutic target is a receptor that is linked to an unmet medical need. And on the right, you can see that we'll focus on what we are calling the GPCR, which are the first therapeutic target used today. GPCR control all the physiological processes. And the purpose will be to screen on this kind of receptor to identify peptide, to study it, and then to identify drug candidates, to develop it after to make the drug of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be here today. I'm very grateful to Biodiversa and the funding agencies, and very excited to share our project with you. I have a quick question for you. Who of you here lives near an urban green space? Okay, perfect. And who thinks that living near that green space helps you breathe easier and feel better? Okay, perfect. So it makes sense to do this project. So in our project, we're exploring how urban green elements influence the air we breathe. And we are specifically focusing on what we call the aerobiome. So this is the community of airborne biological particles like pollen, fungal spores, and bacteria. We are working together with citizen scientists to do this. So they help us to collect the samples and manage the devices for sampling. With the data we gather, we will assess how biodiversity impacts air quality and well-being. And using this information, we will develop maps and tools for city planners, authorities, and communities that help them to make informed decisions, how to make cities greener and healthier. And the ultimate goal is to provide or turn scientific knowledge into practical guidance. So to help cities to create, maintain, and improve green areas that can boost both biodiversity and human well-being. Thank you very much for your attention. We are very happy to be here and find common ideas and start working together. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. What you see
here is an artificial swale in the Netherlands. And these swales are put in place to manage rainwater infiltration and water runoff. And these swales are a nice example of a urban green initiative that can be part of a nature-based solution. And let me be clear that these nature-based solutions can really be very beneficial for human health and our well-being. But I'm also a mosquito biologist, and people often ask me questions like, if you see this location, can this be a breeding ground for mosquitoes? Can it increase maybe the level of nuisance that we experience, or maybe even the level of risk that we experience because, for example, as a result of bites from the Culex pipiens mosquito, a native species, or from the Asian tiger mosquito, an invasive species that can transmit dengue virus, and the first mosquito can transmit West Nile virus. So my answer to that question is often, well, it depends, because there are many factors that can affect the outcome of this. For example, the duration of the length with which the water is standing there can influence whether the mosquitoes can complete their life cycle. A bigger challenge, of course, is whether urban greening can enhance biodiversity, and whether with biodiversity we can really enhance, for example, the presence and abundance of natural enemies that can reduce the pest populations. And that is precisely the question that we will address in our consortium. So we will focus on the effects of urban greening and have a particular focus on private versus public greening, and also focus on the management of urban green initiatives. Important to realize is that we're not the first ones to investigate this, and we have recently completed a review with our team. But one clear outcome from that review is that many of these initiatives have focused on one particular location without making cross-country comparisons. And therefore, we want to develop eventually these transnational collaborations that we can develop. What we try to do is to develop new strategies for vector-proof and safe environments that can help us protect. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Giovanna Mercado, and I'm going to present the Greenhands NBT project. Our project focuses on urban agriculture as a nature-based solution. And as was mentioned before, it's a very unexplored subject, the relation between urban agriculture and nature-based solution. But we also know that the urban agriculture has many benefits apart from just producing food. It has some benefits like providing space for recreation, physical activity, community building, and it's especially important for the integration of vulnerable groups in the cities. So, but also we know that the role of urban agriculture and biodiversity is currently unexplored. So what we aim to analyze in Greenhands is the different synergies and trade-offs between human health and well-being and biodiversity in urban agriculture. And we have very excellent partners. We have Barcelona, Torino, and Malmö, who have a long tradition of working with urban agriculture. And I will talk a little bit about the framework. This framework is called nature-based thinking, and we're using it to analyze the implementation of NBS. So we're basically getting inspired by nature-based thinking to analyze how communities and organizations and nature have these connections and interrelations. And yeah, you will see this urban allotment here in Barcelona, which is a clear example of how these three can work together at the same time. We have a city that is fully organized, that have governance structures, that have lots of regulations, lots of information and guidance on where to do what, how to use the soil and all of that. We have people who is interacting with nature every day, and they are maintaining nature, but they are also in relation to biodiversity and getting benefits from it. And we have potential sites for biodiversity. So those are the questions we want to explore in Greenhands NBT. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ramesh Vetukuri.
me and my co-lead, Anna Monroe, we would like to thank you for the opportunity for presenting our project. The aim of our project is to help farmers, the small-scale farmers in sub-Saharan Africa to adopt biologicals. So these can be natural products like microbes, beneficial microbes, plant products, or biopesticides to improve plant growth, soil health, and also yield, but also not to have the downside effects of chemicals. These are very well established and used across different countries, but the usage in Africa is especially very low, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. So we want to, we could take different ways, but the approach we are taking is to build community labs, especially in Kenya and South Africa, where we will work with different researchers from Global South, but also stakeholders and farmers to develop these agri-biologicals, to test them. And also this could be adopted in other places. We will also work with our Czech colleagues to develop low-cost phenotyping methods to see the effect of these biologicals on crops, yield, plant health, but also on the microbial biodiversity, but also biodiversity of pollinators and so on. In this project, we are also looking at the social side to understand the role of gender and also the endogenous knowledge, how these actually play in what products are being chosen and what decisions are made on the field. So we want to take everybody, move forward and adopt these technologies. We will also have a capacity building labs that will be established in Italy, where there'll be knowledge exchange between global north and south, also new ideas and new technologies. And in the end, we will also set up a replication lab in Ethiopia. For example, we plan to use like wool pellets, a bioproduct from Iceland, to test to improve soil health in Ethiopia. So and then we'll also have a lot of expertise that comes from the Iceland, Denmark, Sweden, and Czech Republic. Thank you very much.
So time for the wild crop project. Hi everyone, I'm Johan Stenberg. I'll try to learn how to switch here now. Perfect. So food crops can get sick. You see this poor strawberry on this illustration here. When our cultivated food crops get sick, they need medicine, and our farmers then would typically apply chemical pesticides to treat the diseased crops. But there are problems, as you know, with chemical pesticides because they have negative effects on biodiversity and they have negative effects on human health as well. And wild crop intends to help solving this problem by replacing the chemical pesticides with biological control and plant resistance as well. And you may have noticed that wild plants, they typically are not very diseased, and that's because they have strong intrinsic resistance already, and they are collaborating with microbes. And we will try to harness good biocontrol from nature as well as genetic resources for resistance from crop wild relatives. We will take an evolutionary approach by screening wild crop relatives sampled from across Europe and wild biocontrol strains sampled from across Europe and learn from them and map them and make a mathematical model that can help us predict exactly where in Europe we can find the most resistant plants and the best biocontrol agents. Then we will harness new genetic material from the wild and implement that into improved crops and improved biocontrol products. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, everyone. So my name is Nadia, and I'm going to talk about our Salty Bits project. So bringing back biodiversity, marginal solvent, bringing back symphonies. So why are we talking about symphonies? Okay, so that becomes clear when you see these two pictures that we have here. So on one side, you have an agricultural, salt-degraded agricultural lands. Here, when we talk about agriculture, when you talk about salinity, it has very negative connotation because it's a stress that that degrades the landscape and brings a huge biodiversity, multi-taxon biodiversity collapse. Whereas on the other side, you have a naturally saline environment, okay? And there you can see there's a biodiversity hotspot, there's a lot of life. And taking from the field of bioacoustics, there's a symphony happening there. There's a lot of music. So the idea in the salty bits, we really want to try and understand what are the mechanisms underlying these symphonies. And in particular, we focus on halophytes. So halophytes are salt-loving plants. They thrive in this environment, and they're the percussions of this symphony, you know? And we want to understand, and together with stakeholders, understand how halophyte can be used to design saline NBS and take them and transfer them in salt-degraded agricultural lands to try and bring some of the music back in these affected landscapes. And how to do that, and how with salty bits, we're gonna develop a decisional support tool for stakeholders to understand which saline NBS to implement, okay, how to monitor it, and to what extent include it in the farm. And this decisional tool will be based on the capability assessment of the landscape, on the capability assessment of the land or the plants that you're going to put in, and also of the people, because this is something very important if you want an uptake of this NBS. It has to be sustainable, so we're talking about sustainability across the 4 Ps. So on one side, plants and planets, but on the other side, we have people and profits, which is very important. And we're going to assess these across all the different countries involved in our partnerships. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matteo Gatti, and it's a pleasure being here to represent our Soil Divine Consortium. It's the first time that all the partners participate to this Biodiversa community. So this is a multidisciplinary project encompassing 5 universities, 4 countries, and almost 8 wine districts, where study how to promote soil quality and biodiversity in the vineyard ecosystem by adopting the NBS. So the vineyard ecosystem is severely stressed by several natural and anthropogenic factors, including erosion, soil organic matter losses, herbicide application, climate change, global warming, decrease in rainfall, and so on. So as part of the project, we aim to design new models for managing the vineyard soil through the introduction of NBS, either in the space between the rows and under the vine strip. That is a very tricky environment for vineyard managers. And so as part of the project, over the 3 years, we want to understand if and how these novel techniques may impact on the plant performance, on the agronomic and enological performance of the grapevines, but in parallel, what is the impact on soil quality and health and fertility, on the microbiome, on the microbiological composition, on the microfauna diversity, on the floristic diversity and composition, and all the results will be gathered together and analyzed with a stakeholder platform, with demo farms, with policymakers, starting from local scale to understand how to share these techniques through a larger audience, and of course, for potentially scaling up this among these 4 countries. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matteo Dainese from Italy, and I'm representing the Transform project. Okay, the main aim of the project is promoting the traditional agroforestry systems in the Euro-Mediterranean region. And the aim is to understand the possibility using this system as a nature-based solution to enhance the agricultural sustainability, biodiversity, but also climate resilience. We have three main activities within the project. The first one is to identify the cultural, the ecological, but also the social and economic values of these systems in different case studies. You can see here some example of the case studies distributed in different regions representing, for example, different biogeographical regions representing different systems, but also different social economic context. Using this case study, we want also to test the multiple values of the system, understanding the potential synergies and the trade-offs of different benefits in terms of environmental, ecological, economic, and social aspect of the system with the direct engagement of local stakeholders in the different case studies. And finally, the third activity is to understanding or exploring the opportunities, but also the challenges for scaling this traditional agroforestry system as a nature-based solution in a different case study, considering the different contexts that we will explore during the project. Thank you.
Hello and welcome from Team BioSolar. I'm joined today with my colleague Sandra Wright. She's from biology, and myself, I'm a finance and investment expert. BioSolar is about understanding how our need for renewable energy is coupled with our problem with biodiversity loss. And we're looking at it from another angle. Can solar farms, which are increasing in number in Europe, offer an opportunity to restore biodiversity? And if so, can this improved ecological value become visible and investable and attract sustainable finance? So from our perspective, we teamed up 8 universities, 4 from biology. That's how I collectively refer to my colleagues, but they do come from different areas of expertise, complementing one another for different taxonomic groups. And we have 4 social scientist universities. We come from, again, very different parts of social science, from macroeconomics, microeconomics, corporate finance, investments, banking, and the other realms that you need to establish a framework that is called biodiversity finance, which is able to uncover what is the output from the biodiversity improvement of these projects and match them up with the right structures to attract sustainable finance, and also uncover if there's any social conflicts with the local communities of the rural areas where these solar parks are established. We're happy to continue this conversation, so reach out to us and we're happy to collaborate. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, are the sustainable management of agri-food systems and the protection of biodiversity incompatible? Well, if you look at the general patterns, actually there are clear trade-offs. How we produce, how we process, how we consume food is behind some of the more relevant negative impacts on biodiversity. However, as we have also seen in some of the case studies presented in other projects, there are several examples where actually there are positive effects by integrating this in grassland management, traditional agricultural landscapes in mountainous areas. And in fact, we have protected areas that are designed to protect that interaction, like, for example, biosphere reserve landscape parks. At Embrace, we want to explore how food systems can be relocalized within protected areas and design pathways for envisioning how to integrate them in over time. For that, we plan to use the Nature Futures framework as an heuristic in 4 case studies across Europe, envision these positive futures in which we can perhaps design these pathways and co-create these pathways for navigating these tensions. Our hypothesis that we want to explore is that for these to successfully be integrated, these 3 dimensions need to be strengthened. On the one hand, there needs to be a tight human-nature connectedness, a just and fair governance environment, and strong social ecological interdependencies. So yeah, that's everything from my side. Thanks.
Thank you very much to all the presenters of these 11 projects here. Thank you. We now have a video presentation of the last project, of the project Foundational, and I hope it will start now directly. I think there should be a sound. We don't hear sound. Technicians, could you please check?
Hello, I'm Barbara, and this is our project Foundational. Okay, let's start with the question. So if I present you this farm A and farm B, where would you prefer your food to come from? In our project Foundational, we'll work in the design and management of sustainable and multifunctional ecosystems. And for that, we require innovation and lots of planning and innovative planning. So we'll work at different scales and on different groups. So on one hand is how the transition to nature-based solutions such as agroecology or regenerative agriculture can improve biodiversity at different scales. So from a micro scale, soil sample level, to a macro scale in the landscape level. But we'll also work with the people. So which are the trade-offs and synergies that we can find at a socio-ecological level in the landscape. And we'll also engage the different actors of these landscapes, especially the local community, to help in the design of more sustainable landscapes. And well, the end goal is to increase biodiversity, but also to improve food security and the livelihoods of the people. And we'll use different strategies, among them serious games. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the last presentation. And now I'll leave the floor to our moderator, Masoumeh. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I should also probably call Sandra to join us, yeah, for BioSolar. So thank you all for the very interesting presentations. It was very nice to hear from you directly after reading the proposal some time ago, and to see also how many different projects came to this call after, like, from the one theme that was introduced, then how many different ideas have been defined. So I know that we have limited time, so I will open the floor to questions from the audience, if you have any. Okay, there is one there. Please mention in the beginning if you have a general question or you are asking from a specific project.
Okay, so it's a sorry, it's a general question. There are some projects that I noticed that the beneficiaries are more broad, I would say. Some are more local populations. But to all of you, I think I will use the same question. If any of these projects came from demands from the beneficiaries or local stakeholders, are any of these projects, the result of something that people were asking for, or are they more about what we wanted to find out?
I can at least answer for, so at least this project, the INSALS, it was also many other projects were running in the sub-Saharan Africa and at least in southern part of Africa. So it was also stakeholders' request to work on this aspect that nobody has done work earlier.
Sorry. Yes, I can also reply that our project is based in another project that was with 7 different cities across the world. And then that's where we got to know the cities that are participating now. And then we saw that there was this need together with the cities. So we have a lot of, not a lot, but we have the participation of 2 local governments as partners. So we expect to have more impact in this with the direct beneficiaries. Yeah, I think he was first.
Okay, so in our project, we try to solve crop protection is usually related to plant health. And, most farmers rely on chemical pesticides to protect their plants. And from many of us working with crop protection, we try to promote biological control and so on all the time. But the farmers, in my experience, they are very often complaining to those of us working with biological control that, okay, it's nice that you come up with environmentally friendly solutions, nice, but they don't work, they're too bad. And I can just agree with them. Very many of the biocontrol products on the market are not good enough. We need to come up with something that is not only environmentally friendly, but also something that is working. So that's basically the starting point for our project. We want to come up with something that is not only so good, but really works.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what I also mentioned in my pitch was that this question about what are the potential risks of urban green areas for mosquitoes and or vector-borne diseases in general, that's really a question that's repeatedly coming up in my mailbox because people find me and they know that I could possibly give some insight into that question. But also municipalities are sort of dealing or even struggling with that particular question. So they're also looking for opportunities like, okay, how can we address that question? And also how can we implement or design our environment in such a way that we create this balance between biodiversity on the one hand and potential mosquito-borne disease risk on the other. So it's coming from different directions that based on that we are trying to address that question in this particular project.
Okay.
Yeah. For our project it was the same. The topic, because there is a lot of focus on using halophytes for salt-affected lands, but the topic of biodiversity decline was first asked by farmers who told me, and this is empirical evidence. So we're going to put a number to it. They asked us, okay, we've noticed that this is what is happening, and can we find an answer to this question? And I guess the good for our side, the positive is that these are lands that are slowly being abandoned. So farmers really want to have a solution for how to manage these lands that otherwise they will have to abandon. So this is something, so we're lucky, this is a question they asked us and they're working with us for all our field sites across from, Tunisia to the Netherlands. We have farmers working with us to find this saline nature-based solution and also for the tool that they're going to use, because again, we have a solution about how to use it and all that. So hopefully we can find some, there is something they've asked us. So yes, started from stakeholders.
Thank you for the very good question. From our part, the motivation came from actually one of the companies that was interested in attracting sustainable finance. And I think there is enough funding in the market that is looking for rigorous ways to verify that their money is being invested in a way which is sustainable. As of last year, every third euro or dollar globally was invested in one of the sustainable finance solutions. So there are many definitions, various degrees of what you call green finance, sustainable finance, ESG integration, a lot of these strategies, but we are missing on rigor in measuring biodiversity. And I think this is where we need to step in and offer good monitoring. And then we heard that in the morning, a lot of monitoring and then pairing it up with the right solutions. So
thank you. Maybe we can move on to the, okay. Maybe
Briefly,
quickly so we can have more questions.
Yeah, I'm from an area with a very large wine district with covering about 20,000 hectares and, you know, with a lot of impacts of agriculture on the environment, because under the climate change context, soil tillage is increasing more and more as a solution, a potential solution with respect to drought. But this open more frequency of landslide and erosion with extra cost, public cost for recovery in this case. So NBS can represent a solution for limiting the impacts. We are probably far away with respect to developing a system for paying for growers for ecosystem services, but this is on the line. And in addition, abandoning herbicide application that in some case can promote selection of resistant species requires solutions, and growers, especially open-minded growers, are asking for that.
Okay, thank you. Do you also want to make a quick comment and then we move to the next question?
Yeah, well, perhaps, well, I would say that well, at Embrace, we have a strong component of stakeholder interaction. And as such, it's impossible to establish some sort of transdisciplinary program if you don't have previous collaboration and a well-established coalition with the local stakeholders. So yeah, I guess that's the same for many other projects, but in our case, very often that was the case in our case studies.
Thank you. Any other question from the audience? Otherwise, I will take the time to ask one of the questions that I was thinking about it from the discussions that we had yesterday, but also this morning, that we often talked about it would be good that we can continue with this nature-based solution. So if the project can leave after the time frame of the project officially ends. But at the same time, many nature-based solutions actually need time to become effective and to see the impact that they really can make and have. So I was wondering if any of you having projects that you are implementing nature-based solutions, how would you address this challenge? I mean, how would you show the impact of your project if the time is not enough to get to the result you want? And then if not, how can you ensure that you anticipate or create mechanisms that your project can go on? I know it's not easy, but...
Yeah, I can give it to you in a moment. So on the one hand, as I was saying before, perhaps grounding your research well within the local realities to try to reach an impact relatively soon. And then as part of a transdisciplinary process, there is a process of ownership of the research that somehow is transferred from perhaps a co-ownership at the beginning to at the end, it belongs to the people or the stakeholders with whom you are collaborating who will somehow carry out, because as you say, the 3 years is little time. Yeah.
Yeah, and we are going to develop a tool in BioSolar with Helena that would be interesting to investment banking when they make decisions on new solar farms, so that they can implement biodiversity concepts that are developed in this project. And of course, there is too little time to really see the result of that. So we're going to have to make them convinced that it is going to work based on science and data. But we're also going to work with the local communities. So this is something that also will strengthen the whole project.
In our InSalsa project, we are planning to establish this community-based living labs. And this is in collaboration with our African partners. We actually expect these living labs because we build infrastructure, so those will be absorbed into the local host organizations, and we hope it will continue. That was our main goal in the project.
For us, it was more like building on experiences that are already running and building on their already produced knowledge. And then we found these very interesting cases in which there is a very nice dynamic between local governments and the communities in urban gardening. And then they have already been monitoring biodiversity, for example. So I think, and it's important to also acknowledge that they are the owners of this knowledge, and then they will be the users of the knowledge and the ones to continue with the legacy of the project. And we are only going there to learn and maybe to suggest some improvements, because we have some theoretical knowledge, but they have the practical knowledge. So I think that's a very important part of our project.
Okay, next.
Thank you. So I think it's a very interesting question because in our case, we've been monitoring the airborne biological particles over decades. And basically the funding now is what is allowing us to have this push to make it as a handy tool that can be adaptable, can be changed during the time, and it will be in hands of authorities and stakeholders. So it's we may not see the immediate results, but evidently we will be able to keep working with this. So it's a dynamic process.
Any other questions?
So as I have mentioned, we have a network of 8 demo farms. And the different partners, as part of our project, have different background. For instance, there are 2 groups working in viticultures since long time, especially on floor management. And so we have considered, as part of Soil Divine, different demo sites that were already involved in live projects or regional projects since, for instance, in Italy, 2016 or 2020. And so in this case, we can consider that NBS are almost mature. And so we can assess some mid to long-term effects of NBS until the end of the project, so 2016, 2027. And in parallel, other partners, especially from Portugal and Slovenia, are implementing by this year the NBS. And so we will be able to assess in tandem some mid to long-term effects of NBS and the early changes induced by this kind of floor management in other sites.
I think we also have a question from the online audience.
There is one question, concrete question on biosolar. And the question is, what kind of solutions you intend to apply to make solar bio? Could you list them? What are the typical negative social issues expected? And how bankers are going to contribute positively?
Helena and
Right, thank you. Thank you. This is yes, I think this a multidisciplinary question requires expertise from the 2 sciences. So I'll start with the obvious part for me, the economics of it. If we have the right structure for measurements. And you know, in the climate space, we have the SBTI, the Science Based Targets Initiative. We're missing something similar in the biodiversity space. And if we set that protocol, that will ensure some credibility to attract the green funding, whether it's in the form of lending or investment. So it can be both. Should you?
I could just explain something about the social aspects that didn't really come through in the presentation. We're going to conduct citizen science on some of the mammals and birds, especially birds. So we will be getting public engagement because they'll be monitoring them. And the reason for that is because if we go and do some tests now and then and inventories, we won't be able to catch all the different animals that we'll be passing through. So that's going to be organized by the Spanish contingent of our collaboration. And then in addition, the Slovenian, right, Igor, he's from Slovenia, he's going to organize questionnaires and yeah, the social aspect with the local communities, because we need to get them engaged. And we are going to have workshops also with stakeholders and including them, the local community. Yeah, otherwise, because there has to be social acceptance. If you're going to install a new solar park, there's a lot of resistance, at least in our country, for these wind parks and so on. So you need to talk to the people who live there and who farm the land and who have lived there for generations. And that is absolutely essential. So that's how we're going to work. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So I think we have 2 minutes left. So I think very quickly, maybe all the presenters, if they want to say maybe, I don't know, the most challenging part or the most exciting part of your project you're waiting for. So maybe you can reflect on that.
Yeah, the most exciting is perhaps...
So maybe I can add on top of your question is also if you can answer what is really needed, the essential step to be taken to mainstreaming a successful NBS. So I don't know if you can answer both at the same time as you will do on table.
Yeah, so take the 2 minutes in mind and let's, yeah.
Yeah, perhaps one of the challenges is how to generalize the case study findings to other contexts. I think in our case, the cross-comparison design can help to identify some commonalities that then can perhaps be out scale. But yeah, that's perhaps one of the biggest challenges.
And in our case, the solar park idea about farmlands is that they'll be converted into grasslands. And this is something that is very particular for our southern European partners, Portugal and Spain. But we also have Poland and Sweden, and it's not really obvious there that we'll have the same sort of landscape. It will be doing comparisons across the 4 countries.
Okay, from our project, probably the most challenging part is the upscaling approach, because we know we have the systems, but to upscale the system in the landscape, because in most of the cases we have a really intensive system, and using an extensive approach like a nature-based solution and informing the farmers and adapting to new system can be the most challenging part of the project.
Concerning challenges, I guess broad stakeholder engagement and policymakers' involvement in the discussion and co-development is important. And what is exciting to me is putting the focus on the soil management, sustainable soil management in vineyard. In the past, it was considered like the floor to drive up and down for spraying, for doing different agronomic operations. And now soil is a very complex community, and this idea that is growing.
So for us, the main challenge, I guess, because we're going to co-create with stakeholders, the NBS from Tunisia to Netherlands, Poland to Portugal. So we have very different, and we need to monitor this and observe biodiversity, natural environment. So that's going to be, but hopefully through a common monitoring protocol, that should be. But the exciting part, I think, for us will be to develop this capability assessment, the land capability assessment. What can I put in my lands to be sustainable in the long term? So, and which for marginal landscape is very, very important. So, yeah.
Thanks for the question. I would like to zoom out a little bit. In science in general, it's very important, I think, that we try to find general laws and not just focus so much on the peculiarities of our particular study systems or so. So I think that an important thing is to think about how can I make this solution that I've been helping to develop, how can I enable that nature-based solution in many places, in many areas, and so on, and not just focus on my little project here.
In our case, in Salsa project, we have 2 living labs or community-based labs. So to adopt the tools that we will develop to test this beneficial microbes, it is different. So we might need to tweak it a bit. But we also see not as a challenge, but as an opportunity that we could maybe upscale to other parts if we manage to adapt to 2 different living labs tools.
I think in our case, the main challenge is transdisciplinarity because we have in the project different disciplines, and the nature-based thinking is also, it requires a holistic approach and transdisciplinarity. But also transdisciplinarity not only within the researchers, but also transdisciplinarity with other disciplines, and understanding that we as researchers, we cannot cover everything. We need communicators, for example, who really know how to communicate, how to send ideas out there. So it's something that we're working also in our in my department. Yes, and trying to get this overcome the science and communication barriers, because we know how to talk about ourselves, about our things ourselves, but we don't know how to deliver messages to the people. So yeah.
When it comes to our project, the most challenging part will be the development of harmonized and standardized sampling protocols, because we're going to sample factors and biodiversity in the 4 different countries, Netherlands, France, Spain, and Morocco. So that will be one of the challenges. And the most exciting part will be, of course, catching mosquitoes in all these different places. And be aware, you were in the botanical garden yesterday and I already saw the first active female mosquito flying around. So be aware.
Yeah, well, it's difficult to answer, but I think in our case, the most challenging part is that the cities where we are sampling are very different. So it's going from Trento, Évora, Vienna, Gothenburg, and Copenhagen, size, diversity, and so on. So it's the main challenge because we cannot come up with one solution. So it will have something that is adaptable and can be applicable to other cities in Europe and in the world, of course. And the most exciting part, I think, for us is that we really are in contact with stakeholders, with authorities, and the answer is very positive. So my feeling is that the most exciting part is we are going to really reach the public, so that we will have an impact.
Okay, we start with you and we finish with your project.
So for Biodiversity to Drugs project, we will face 2 major challenges. The first one will be to understand and to anticipate which natural peptide will be able to bind on which therapeutic target. This is a very challenging point, and also in 3 years project to identify the next drug.
Okay, so thank you so much for presenting and sharing your excitements and challenges, and we look forward to hear more about your project in the next coming years and hopefully communicating with us and other stakeholders the results. We have been a bit over time, so I think we can close here and yeah, I leave to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Masoumeh. And thank you to all the presenters here for all your very interesting projects. Yes, we have now an almost 20 minutes break until 3:35. I ask all of you who had these eco caps to bring them back again in order to be reused. Of course, please come here to the room again at 3:35 for the third session then, and the last projects to present today. Okay, thank you very much, and see you soon.
Hi all, welcome to the last part of all the introductions of these projects. I'll give everybody a second to sit down and maybe be quiet. So this is the last session with the last 12 projects of this wonderful call that we've managed to grant all of us together. I'll invite the PIs to the front, and also Isabel Mesquita, who is going to be our moderator for the question and answer session. She's a regional coordinator for Latin America and Caribbean Global Landscape Forum, but most importantly, she was in our evaluation committee. And we can't thank the people in the evaluation committee enough. I mean, I know it's been said before, but really can't, because this process is impossible without the people who volunteer to help us out to make all this possible. So if you're thinking, all the PIs here, who should I buy a beer for? Look for people from the evaluation committee. They made sure you can be here. So, and now for the projects, please come forward. For fitness, Gert van Hekke, Comcha, Luciano Lucas dos Santos. Fair Nature, Marije Schaafsma, Defend the Bio, Claudia Ituarte-Lima, Yves Net, and we can sit in this direction, I think. Yves Net, Yannick Probst, Our Best NBS, Brooks Keizer, Sunloop, Serena van Butselen. Next page, so many. NBS Plus, Ursula McKnight, Naturescape, Hai-Ying Liu, Urban Bee, Siobhan Reynolds, Resolve, Margareta, that's a difficult one. M. Blensfog, I probably mispronounced that, but please correct me later. Revive, Marta Garcia Mola, please. Is everybody here? I think we're missing, oh no, everybody's here. Then we can start with the first one, fitness. You have 2 minutes.
Right.
There's our fearless timekeeper.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try to stick to the notes, otherwise 2 minutes will not be possible. So let me briefly walk you through our fitness project using this next figure. Yes, to guide us from the core to the outside. So at its center, fitness addresses a pressing challenge. While NBS are gaining popularity, they often fall short of their transformative potential. They're too often reduced to capitalism-oriented technical fixes, detached from the broader questions of justice, power, and financial structures, as well as uneven ecological exchange. So our starting point is this: if NBS are to genuinely contribute to just sustainability transformations, we need to rethink what structures they keep in place, how they are financed, what values they reflect, and who gets to define and benefit from them. Starting from this core, the project is structured around 4 main research questions. First, we assess what makes NBS more or less successful and how these approaches engage with justice issues. Critically assessing existing interventions and the assumptions that underpin them. Second, we interrogate the financial architectures behind NBS, how incentives, flows of capital, and funding mechanisms such as payments for ecosystem services, for example, shape outcomes. Third, we explore how diverse values and understandings of justice can be made more central in the design and governance of NBS. And fourth, we bring these questions into dialogue with real-world experiences through a series of in-depth case studies across Latin America, Africa, Asia, and Europe. Surrounding this is our commitment to collaborative transdisciplinary learning, not just among researchers, but with social movements, communities, policymakers, and practitioners. And this learning feeds, this is the last thing, feeds into our synthesis platform, NBS 8, or Actors in Dialogue, which aims to support more reflective and just initiatives globally. Thanks.
Well, this picture shows Machacali community, an indigenous community in Brazil, in a collective effort towards reforestation. This is one of the cases that Concha aims to study. There are two key ideas, I think, to tell about Concha. The first one is that we consider that environmental justice issues should be better understood regarding nature-based solutions. And secondly, that marginalized communities, and I mean peripheral communities, indigenous communities, rural communities, they might foster regenerative process in threatened lands. Here, threatened lands, by threatened lands, I mean, for example, an indigenous community that is threatened due to the presence of mineral resources, or a ghettoized community. There are two hypotheses that we want to pursue. The first one is that collective agency may foster long-term change. And secondly, that scale, when we are talking about initiatives that are led by marginalized communities, might assume a totally different meaning from market-based sense of efficiency or productivity and so on. The third idea to end up that I would like to stress is the idea of intercultural translation between the European nature-based solutions that we are studying and the non-conventional nature-based solutions grounded on local, indigenous, and peripheral knowledges. Thank you.
All right, welcome everyone. I'm representing Fair Nature, and I've been a little bit in doubt whether I'm going to do this, but I am going to. So I'm going to be a bit disruptive. I want you all to stand up. And I know I have only 2 minutes. So Fair Nature is about developing scaling approaches to achieve just and transformative change. And it's all about scaling down, up, deep, in, and out. So take you with me. We're all going to scale down. There you go. Scaling down is really about making sure that we have the appropriate resources. So one of the things that Fair Nature is going to do is look into the different resources and use choice experiments and look at financial institutions to see how they can support nature-based solutions. Okay, up. There you go. Okay, so scaling up is about reaching those higher ups, seeing if we can feed justice elements into policies, into decision-making processes at higher levels, mainstreaming justice. So for that, we're going to do governance analysis and really process tracing to analyze what's going on. Okay, then we're going to scale deep again and hold that midway through. And this is what you should feel this. So scaling deep is really about feeling justice and making sure that justice is in your memory muscle, and your muscles here. So for this, we're going to do thick descriptions and really understanding what people's values are. Yeah, hold that deep. You can do this. Come on. And we're also going to do reflexive learning, making sure that it's gone. Okay, so now you've got that in you, right? That it's in you. Scaling in justice is making sure that this is all institutionalized and that people have the capacity, the skills, the memory muscle, or muscle memory, to think about justice. So for this, we're going also to look at trade-offs and share knowledge across different practitioners in lab exchanges, co-creation processes, etc. Finally, yes, you can scale up. There we go. Okay, and this is really the ultimate thing that we want to do. See how we can scale out nature-based solutions on the condition that it is being just. In order to do that, we're going to create a fair nature guide that engages with criteria for environmental justice, a framework that we're currently developing, and really building on the experiences and learnings in our labs. Thank you. And thank you for participating.
Hello, everyone. My name is Claudia Ituarte-Lima. I'm representing DefendBio. I'm here with Liliana and Ana Maria. So Biosphere Defenders, leveraging legal and governance tools for sustainability transformation. So do laws facilitate or frustrate solutions for sustainability transformations? What do you think of your projects? Well, we have that laws can actually contribute to a license to trash nature and ecosystems. Just from 2012 to 2022, according to Global Witness, more than 1,900 environmental human rights defenders were killed. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Now, considering threats and criminalization of many of them. Yet, law can be a powerful tool as well for sustainability transformations. Not only laws in books, which, of course, we're going to be looking at that, because something special and distinctive of our project is having a very strong legal team. Yet, we're also interested in law in action and living law. That's what we connect also to geography, political science, and other disciplines. We have a strong transnational dimension. And transnational, we mean Latin America and the Caribbean, South-to-South collaboration, South-North collaboration. And this is critical because biodiversity, climate change, pollution do not distinguish national borders. And we're talking about the lives of present and future generations. And we don't want to leave anyone behind. Thank you very much.
Yes, hi, my name is Yannick. I'm here to present the EVESNET project to you. And the goal of the EVESNET project is to first evaluate the potential of nature-based solutions to, on one hand, reach the targets given by the nature restoration law, which is quite obvious. But then we also want to assess the potential to provide co-benefits to human well-being in the form of ecosystem services. And for this, we take a look at 3 different social ecological contexts. So we have urban areas, we have agricultural areas, and also forests. And together with stakeholders from different backgrounds, in a transdisciplinary approach, we develop for each of these social ecological contexts 3 different nature-based solution scenarios, aiming at different sub-targets. So we have increasing biodiversity, we have mitigating climate change, and we have improving resilience and autonomy. And our hypothesis is that each of these scenarios will lead to different land use scenarios and land use patterns, and in consequence also to different ecosystem service provision regimes. And we will then evaluate the synergies and trade-offs across these scenarios, and together with the stakeholders that were with us from the beginning, we will then co-produce a theory of change where we will show how nature-based solutions can be implemented to reach the targets, but then also to provide the ecosystem services that are demanded by the local population, which will be represented by the stakeholders and which will also be involved in this whole process. And then finally, we want to kind of form a theory of change, which is not only valid for the social ecological context that we had a look at, but also across the whole European Union. Yeah.
So our best NBS team is a group of economists, environmental psychologists, biologists, and ecologists, immersive performing artists. I'll bring them at the final meeting. Designers and data storytellers. The project investigates how people form beliefs about biodiversity stemming from aquatic and riparian ecosystem NBS, how those beliefs translate to both generic and specific values as functions of the biodiversity and economic service flows the NBS provide, how immersive engagement with the arts aimed at the NBS may or may not change those beliefs and values, and how best to include these values in public decision-making for investments in NBS. At the pan-European level, we look empirically at how landscape and its biodiversity have been shaped by NBS and other interventions, and their economic and ecological returns in aquatic and riparian habitats to provide state-of-the-art tools for evaluating potential NBS interventions in the future. At the national level for Norway, the Netherlands, and Denmark, we use survey methods to elicit generic values for biodiversity from nature-based solutions. The survey methods will be enhanced by interaction with input from the data storytellers and feedback from the project-specific investigations of values and beliefs. This should provide new scientific evidence for how best to conduct such survey methods for biodiversity evaluation. These values will also help inform policy decisions for NBS. For our project sites in Denmark, Hungary, and Portugal, we use leading-edge mental modeling techniques to understand how beliefs and values for NBS benefits are formed. And for the project sites in Denmark and Hungary, we engage with stakeholders to investigate values for specific NBS projects and how immersive arts experiences may or may not change those values. And for the project sites in Denmark and Portugal, we engage with stakeholders to address the role of values for biodiversity in project evaluation techniques, including cost effectiveness and cost benefit analysis. The results can help improve decision-making processes and their inclusion of diverse stakeholder values for biodiversity and other services from aquatic and riparian nature-based solutions.
Hello, so I'm Serena van Butzele, and I will start by asking a question. What is an urban wasteland? And if I need to collect all the answers, I will probably have as many answers as the number of people that are here. So urban wastelands are places that you pass by probably every day and you don't see them, because they are ordinary landscape integrated in the urban ecosystem. So informal green spaces, temporary urban void waiting for redevelopment are usually invisible. But for us, they are not invisible. And I will, as you can see in those slides, we think that they are a really important pool for spontaneous nature, a pool for biodiversity and for well-being, for human being, but also for non-human. So, but today, those spaces are threatened by national, European, and local politics that tends to protect natural soil. And that's a paradox that we want to address in the Sunloop project. Non-Atlantic policies tend to fight against the artificialization of natural salt, but mostly outside of cities, to fight, for example, against urban spread. But that leads, and it's logical, to even more urban pressure on the remaining land inside the cities. So the goal of the Sunloop project is to identify space of spontaneous urban nature that are highly threatened by urban pressure, and to highlight the loss that their urbanization would cause in terms of microclimate regulation, in terms of animal and vegetal diversity, but also in terms of social interaction. So how scientists from urban planning field will work with natural scientists, with stakeholders from 3 different municipalities located in Belgium, Switzerland, and France. And we will work with those local partners that are involved in the project since the beginning, since the early stage of the writing of the proposal itself, in order to experiment and explore the condition on which space of spontaneous urban nature can be recognized and valorized as nature-based solution. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ursula McKnight, and I'm so pleased to present the NBS Plus project on behalf of this fantastic transdisciplinary consortium you see listed here. So the idea for our project really came from the realization that nature-based solution measures to date are really being implemented following what we call a reactionary sector-specific planning perspective, such as flood risk reduction. This, of course, can cause lost opportunities and even maladaptation, especially when biodiversity and human well-being concerns are tacked on as an afterthought, which is something I've seen way too much of. This then leads us to have to rethink, redesign, and reinvest over and over again in a seemingly endless loop along this orange line. So the central objective of NBS Plus is to establish and launch the concept of cross-sector NBS services in order to push us off of this orange loop and onto what we call multifunctional planning trajectory. To do this, we have 3 use cases, one in Sweden, one in Spain, and one in Canada, which will act as a blueprint to ensure any tools and methodologies that we develop are transferable to future applications globally. Finally, our project recognizes the critical role of the water cycle in achieving a just transformative change. This figure in the center is a flood risk map for the city of Norrköping in Sweden, where I live. But even if we have a single sector or a single challenge that may be the driver why we need to implement nature-based solution measures, it's so important that we do this still from a holistic, multifunctional perspective in order to maximize the number of benefits possible. For this reason, we will be developing and upscaling participatory planning tools and approaches, which we think are lacking, in order to promote transdisciplinary awareness of synergies and trade-offs, and in this way, support rural and urban planners from the design of NBS through to their performance evaluation. Thank you very much.
Hello from NatureScape. NatureScape consists of 7 partners. 6 of them are academic and research partners, and 1 is from Lisbon, which is an NGO. So NatureScape, we focus on the post-implementation phase of NBS. We work with real-world examples like urban gardens and rain gardens and urban farms and green corridors, etc., in 7 partner cities. So first, each partner cities, we will set up NBS transformation labs. We name it T-Labs. You see the 7 cities here. And we will run series of activities. We first engage co-stakeholders, and then we co-identify unique challenges in each selected NBS locations, and also co-develop transformation pathways toward code-identified challenges. And then we will run citizen science activities, and for the awareness raising, for the capacity building, and also develop tools so citizens can provide the data information for us. We will do the monitoring, impact assessment, include the trade-off, and also was inspired by this morning's presentation. We will also develop tools, co-develop tools to assess how local communities interact with nature, physically, psychologically, spiritually, and we also will synthesize the good practices from all the 7 T labs and good stories and the filler stories and all the outcome from the T labs. We will like data information tools we developed, implemented, tested will be into the toolkit. The toolkit will be used to support. We aim to embed the nature-based solution into the urban planning and the governance documentation action plans, and we will scale up the T labs approach in the partner cities and beyond, and also we will communicate, disseminate the project activity at the partner cities, national level, EU level, or possibly global level. We will see. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Siobhan, all the way from South Africa, and I'm representing UrbanB on behalf of an amazing consortium today. So I'd like to introduce you to Justice. Justice lives in the city of Johannesburg in South Africa, and he recently installed a solitary bee hotel on his balcony. He's been fascinated over the last few weeks watching the solitary bees come and make their nests within his hotel and call his balcony their home. He's also begun to notice other elements of nature that surround him, from the birds to the trees. And feeling this renewed connection with nature, he's become an advocate for biodiversity within his neighborhood. This is the type of transformation that we're hoping to achieve with UrbanB by using locally adaptable, small-scale interventions which we can roll out en masse. We're hoping to turn ordinary urban residents into custodians of nature. UrbanB is deeply rooted within a citizen science project where we're hoping to roll out thousands of bee hotels across the cities of Southern Africa and Europe. And we're asking participants to help us monitor pollinator activity in the cities. We're obviously engaging with digital technology to help us collect this data, but also to dialogue with our participants. Bee hotels are also incredibly adaptable from a biodiversity research perspective, so we can study elements of bee health and how effects of climate change may be affecting our little pollinators, and how this also relates to other elements of biodiversity within cities. And finally, we're interested in this relationship between nature and how we're interested in the plural values that people hold with nature and how different people may have different relationships with nature and how this fosters a sense of custodianship. And all of this is rooted within a policy and planning framework. We're hoping to deliver tangible results to urban planners and other policymakers. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Margrethe Annarsvåg, and I will present Resolve, nature-based solution for sustainable use of high north marine biodiversity and ecosystem services. So Resolve is a project that addresses one of the most pressing issues of our time, how to protect marine biodiversity in the rapidly changing Arctic climate and the subarctic regions. As climate change accelerates and human activities like offshore energy, shipping, and fishing push further north, marine ecosystems are facing growing threats. Resolve seeks to address this challenge. At its heart, Resolve is about using nature-based solutions, such as marine protected areas and other innovative area-based conservation tools to protect biodiversity, while also supporting climate resilience and human well-being. The project focuses on 4 key case studies: the Barents Sea, Iceland, East Greenland, and West Greenland. These regions are not only ecologically rich, but also highly exposed to climate impacts and increasing human pressure. By working across these case studies, we not only deepen our understanding of each region, but also create opportunities to explore the connectivity between them. and to share knowledge, strategies, and lessons that can be applied across borders. Resolve has 3 core objectives: to evaluate how current and future nature-based solutions can reduce the impact of climate and human stressors on marine biodiversity, to explore trade-offs and synergies between conservation and ocean industries like fisheries and energy, considering ecosystem services and their impact on local communities, and to understand how these solutions can promote transformative change, helping ecosystems and societies adapt and thrive in a changing world. Resolve takes a highly transdisciplinary approach, bringing together ecologists, legal experts, economists, social scientists, and policy advisors from across 7 countries. And this diverse expertise, combined with active stakeholder engagement, ensures that scientific insight is grounded in local knowledge and real-world governance, making the solutions both practical and impactful. Ultimately, Resolve aims to create not just protection, but progress, helping policymakers and communities make informed, inclusive, and future-ready decisions for the health of the northern oceans. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marta García Moya. I came from the Universitat Politécnica de Valencia. I'm the coordinator of Reviver, but we are 7 different researcher groups formed for different countries. As you know, most river in the world has been heavily transformed over the past 2 centuries. And in response, river restoration has gaining relevance in policy and in practice. These restoration processes often are challenged by social contestation. The goal of our project is to find new insights and new approaches, and through the notion of conviviality, to support changes to transformative changes in river restoration processes that allow us to find more inclusive, biodiverse, and socioenvironmentally just outcomes. To do so, we are going to create the riparian assembly in the 6 study cases that we have. These riparian assemblies are going to be central in our project and also will be the forum where the other work packages will be developed. Citizen science will allow local communities to design and to monitor this process of river restoration. We are going to develop methodologies to understand and mapping the riverscape multifunctionality, and we will compare and research this riverscape multifunctionality in the different case studies. We will also create methodologies for conflict management and for building confidence. And also we want to create a SAR methodology to co-design futures most robust and socio-environmental just and robust river futures. It's important for us, the dissemination of our results. We think that it's important that stakeholders have the results of our project, but also the scientific community, the society, and the policy makers. And for that will be there were some materials, a film, and a handbook. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you all very much for presenting your MBSs. It's a wonderful range. And if I look at all the projects together, it's amazing how many different MBSs there are. Isabel, please take it away for the Q&A.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First, congratulations to all of you for the projects. And as we experienced in this session, we have projects here that push us out of our comfort zone and make us move a bit by tackling critical aspects that sometimes are not addressed in NBS, such as justice, transformative change, plurality of values, and community-led initiatives by promoting very participatory approaches. So I'm very glad to be able to meet you, the people behind the projects we evaluated. And we don't have much time, so I have questions, but I want to check with the audience if we have questions and how many, so we can organize. I see two hands. So let's start with the audience, please. And please address the questions for the projects you are interested or general questions.
Hi. First of all, I would like to say that as an evaluator, I much prefer ice cream to beer. So if you guys are planning, yeah. That being said, I really wanted to ask a question for those projects that are more addressed to justice, environment. I think the first 4 projects were more about justice, because it's such a difficult subject, and we know that there are very significant barriers to addressing this issue. They may be because of financial structures, governance structures, well, so many barriers, but I was wondering, how do you plan to address these barriers? Because if they didn't exist, we wouldn't need your project. So they're really trying to figure out how to solve those barriers. I would like you to talk about a little bit about that. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, which it's critical. So the way we're going to approach it in our project is through law, specifically through international human rights law. And that's a very powerful tool. Why? Well, most countries have signed and ratified these international treaties, which put them on their obligation. And it's an obligation that they set for themselves. So it brings us a powerful tool. But not only that, we're going to bring that to the regional level and to the innovations that are rooted in the countries and in the regions. For instance, the Escazú Agreement on information, participation, and access to justice is the first ever plurilateral treaty having specific provisions on environmental human rights defenders. So these can provide those critical insights of how can we scale out to other regions, to Europe, to Africa, to Asia, and at the same time scale up when we're talking about multilateral environmental agreements and international human rights law and also EU law with impacts outside. So this is our specific entry point to address this issue, and we found it very powerful in other work that we have done.
I'll address, well, in addition to what you said, I think one of the things we're going to address and the approach that we take is that we want, first of all, those injustices visible. And I think when in any nature-based solutions, there's a whole lot of values involved and values that clash. And you can ignore them and ignore the problem, or you can make them transparent as much as possible. And it's a difficult conversation to be held, but it's an important one because it also, as you were also saying, lead to resistance to NBS as well, if those are not put to the table. So one of the things that we're doing in our reflexive labs is talking about justice, talking about values, talking about who loses, who gains, and take it forward from that. I think that doesn't solve the problem necessarily, but it makes it something that one can talk about. And that is very important in working towards a solution. I think the other thing is that sometimes these barriers that we encounter are because people weren't talking to each other. They are working in silos and didn't know that one regulation hampered the other. And we saw that as well in the Dutch case study that we're going to work on. And they're bringing stakeholders together and seeing if there's some way of trying to resolve that within regulatory systems can actually take some of these barriers away. That's already happened for a bit, and we hope to take that forward to be able to scale those things out. There are more examples, but I'm sure that you want to add as well.
Well, if I understood correctly, you are asking how. And in our project in Concha, we think that we should focus not only in theoretical perspectives, but also in empirical perspectives. But regarding theoretical perspective, something that we consider that's necessary is to oxygenate the way we think of transformative change. That's why for us, regarding the how, we understand that's necessary to bring non-Western epistemologies to oxygenate these perspectives of transformative change. That's why we talked about indigenous people, peripheral communities, and so on. We aim to develop a participatory mapping tools together with the communities so that we can understand better what are the successful factors, as you said, in such a way that we can comprehend how is it possible when you are talking about marginalized people that they can foster regenerative process indeed, sometimes with scale, but a scale in a different way, and we cannot perceive that because these are out of sight. So these participatory tools, I think it's important. And to complement, I think that something important is to map community-based governance models. That's why the name of the project is community-based change. That's to say, in which factors are these models of governance, of community governance based on? How can we learn from them? What can we learn from them?
Thank you. Maybe, I mean, I very much agree with many of the things that have already been said. So maybe one or a few additional things to add. I think if we talk about justice, one of the most important things is history, to understand where injustices come from. And I think, I mean, what the first colleague, Claudia, said about understanding what kind of agreements already exist, for example, on shared but differentiated responsibilities. And so many of the things that have already been agreed but never followed up on. And so I think, for example, the theme of reparations is something that is central for us. Like we have so many financing mechanisms which kind of think that we can start from a blank slate, not understanding that actually there is an uneven ecological exchange that has been happening for centuries. And so what that means in terms of responsibilities that especially regions like the European Union have in terms of understanding what kind of responsibilities this implies to, I mean, simplifying it to countries in the global south, and to kind of turn those financing mechanisms on its head and to understand that we need to understand the history. So that's one first element. And then the second one, I know I have to kind of pass the mic, is to also understand the struggles that communities are experiencing, and not so much by imposing, for example, NBS. I mean, we agreed that this can be uncomfortable questions, but we've been seeing the changes of ecosystem services to NBS and so many other fashion words, and we very much appreciate that these spaces exist and that these fashion terms can become a new way of looking or engaging different actors, but at the same time not forgetting where these terminologies come from and also how they resonate. Somebody, I mean, I think it was you in the first session, how they resonate with how other people or other worldviews resonate or not with that, and to take that into account instead of imposing these types of new ways of thinking about intervention. So that is one of the key principles that we would also like to implement in understanding the grounded struggles that people, that communities are experiencing in terms of environmental injustices, and understanding that environmental injustices basically are social injustices.
I also want to add to this, because NBS Plus is also working with this a little bit, to the how. We want to actually understand from the governance perspective how nature-based solutions are designed today in our 3 use cases, what decisions are taken and what types of stakeholders, who's actually involved in making these decisions. And we will also be mapping out who lives in these areas where nature-based solutions are implemented. We'll be working both with those that are already implemented as well as planned, and identifying marginalized groups and giving them a voice through participatory planning tools we'll be developing using system dynamics simulation tools. So that's the how we plan to address justice issues in our project.
Thank you. I guess I saw another hand. If you can address your question, and then let's try to be brief because we're running out of time.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the wonderful 2-minute presentations from all the panelists. They were really insightful. I'm very much going to follow up on the previous question that was asked, and it has already partly been answered. I wanted to again bring back the question to the structures in place, to the politics in place. And perhaps the question is not just addressed to the 4 panelists from my left, but rather to the entire panel. When we're talking about transformation, especially in the realm of justice, how do we understand the structures, and why is it important to understand the structures? Now, very quickly, if I may relate to one of the morning presentations that we had, and one of the pictures that were displayed was of indigenous communities in India who were celebrating nature. Now, the other fact of those very indigenous communities was they have been engaged in almost an everyday struggle against the very government who is supposed to protect them, because the government has been trying to appropriate their lands for the purpose of bauxite mining in the parts of Orissa, if I'm not wrong. Now, for me, the idea to understand transformation is how do we understand the structures in place, and how do we understand our own measures, how do we understand our own solutions that we are trying to bring while we are engaged in sort of a battle against this overwhelming or overpowerful government, the structures.
Maybe we can hear like 3 interventions. I don't know who would like to start.
I'm not sure if I'm following exactly what the question is, but I mean, I think the point is to understand the system that's in place and how these are being designed, right? How are nature-based solutions designed, what decisions are made, and it's not just the hard technical engineering information about from hydrology, et cetera, biology, but it's also the soft factors in decision making. And I think that these connections are missing, and as our tools to enable their inclusion so that we can understand where the key leverage points are in the system so that we can actually affect real change, if that's an answer to your question. Anybody else?
Hello. So you were also, I think, asking about what type of change, fundamental change we could suggest. And I think in several projects and in our projects, what seems especially relevant, it's also to suggest that doing nothing, it's maybe already an action for understanding how natural-based solution can work. And maybe we can claim that we should maybe not always think about developing for all sorts of really good reason, like economical reason, or offering, for example, in cities, because it's the context where I'm working. But of course, you want to develop cities for offering housing, new building for schools, for medical equipment, any good reason. But maybe also there are some space that can be leave as it is, and it's not something, it's proactive, even if you do nothing. And I think that's, and a nature-based solution can come also from a minimum action on some spaces with a high level of hybridation with human action, so an urban context, I mean. And I think that's, because you were mentioning what type of transformative change would you involve. And I think, at least in our part, and I think in other projects as well, the fact that you do maybe not that much investment, not that much transformation, not that much development, could be a claim for action as well. So
Yeah, that's a very good question, because structural change needs to happen if we want transformative change. And there, socio-ecological systemic thinking, it's critical. If we look at laws, they are very kind of linear in their understanding of time. That was an issue that was addressed. They're often static in terms of how they see regions, for example, or municipalities. So bringing socio-ecological thinking to the law is critical, and that's one-way process. But also the other way is, how do we understand justice from the perspective of institutions, for example, and laws, which I mentioned earlier, human rights law, but not only law in paper. Really see how are communities making that law enact change in practice. And that's where the interdisciplinarity of our projects and the synergies of our projects, I see that it's an amazing potential in terms of what we can bring if we connect the dots.
I want to address your question, but also go back to the question from the first group about considerations of risk, and think about the existential risks that most of the people in this room have been thinking about for a while are climate change and extinction. We are now so far outside the bounds of parameterizable risk. Yesterday, maybe we've got extinct direwolves. We've got Greenland threatened in its geopolitical identity. We've got Russia pulling out of ICES, which will mess with your data probably. We have big change going on. And biodiversity and climate change and their interrelations and the human behavioral aspects of that are part of that big story. So when we think about what we're doing with these NBS and scaling up and the justice involved, that geopolitical context is going to let us think about the big picture, I think.
We have to wrap up, so if you can be brief. Really? Okay. Yeah. Nice. Thanks, everyone. We could discuss your projects for a longer time, but unfortunately, we have to wrap up. Maybe we can continue some conversations over dinner. Thank you.
So, thank you to all the panelists for your wonderful presentations. Thank you, Isabel, for moderating. And then I give the word to Magnus for the last session.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, we can discuss this, but we will, over the coming years, we will discuss this among each other. And we encourage you to get in contact with each other as well to continue these discussions. Speaking about that, we have a follow-up team at Biodiversa Plus who will follow your teams, and to explain a little bit about what that is, I welcome Andre back on the stage and working with Mate as well.
Okay, hello again. Long time no see. Yeah, so I will try to keep this quite quick and brief. We will just quickly let you know what we are already doing. These are our photos if you do not know us already. So our main tasks and responsibilities to help you with are the basically the facilitation during the lifetime of your project. And we are, of course, the main communication points for you to contact us. What we already did, and we provided you with already with the key documents that are crucial for the follow-up. We have established the BiodivNBS Dropbox with the toolkit, which contains the event materials, the guidelines for the acknowledgement, guidelines on the follow-up procedures, and also the guidelines on the usage of the Biodiversa Plus logo. Regarding the other stuff that we can help you with, we are also in charge of the administration of the change requests. That means any budgetary changes, consortium changes, etc. So in case you would have any changes such as that, please do not hesitate to contact us. And in terms of the next steps that we will, that will be in the future for your projects are the Biodiversa Plus reporting responsibilities. And we will, of course, help you with that as well. We have the new BioRep platform, so the reporting will be conducted online, and it will be, as you probably know already from our info session that we had maybe a month ago, there will be a midterm and final report. So yeah, that's what we have ahead of us. And I think that now I can hand over to the communication team on the next slide. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So these are the guys, the go-to people, Andre and Mate. And if you are in doubt, please contact them rather than, moving in the wrong direction. I mean, there are lots of regulations and reporting and all whatnot, especially if there are changes to your consortium or, issues, delays. Let them know, and then we can see how to deal with it, right? Rather than coming too late, because that's when things get stuffy. So they are here to help you. We are here to help you throughout this process, and don't forget that. And we also have a fantastic communications team, and I give the word to Lenny and Fong.
Hi. Yeah, I just want to quickly introduce ourselves. So me and Fong are the communication team of Biodiversa. That's where you can reach us. This is our faces, so you know where we are. So among many other things, we're the ones to follow up on our website, social media, and most of the reports and outputs. So if you would spot any mistakes in your project, please contact us, and then we can quickly adapt it so everything is correct. And we love to hear the results of your projects and hope to have some nice success stories we can support in communication on that as well. Anything to add? Okay, voilà. We're back on schedule. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Biodiversa is not about fund and forget, as some other funders. Actually, this is when it starts for us. So are there any immediate questions to the follow-up team or to the communications team? Now you've seen them, catch them later today, or give them a call or something. Yes. The question is, do we really need to be on X? And I know you have a good response to that. Do you want here?
No.
Any other questions? Clarity. That's what communication is about, right? So no. Okay, so let's wrap this up. Thank you so much for all the interesting talks. I will give the final words to Catherine Jouillot from the Ministry for Ecology, I will call it. It's changed its name. But before this, I want to thank you from the Biodiversa Plus team, from the partners, the funders, and the operational team for you. I want to thank them as well, but also you, all of you participants and the projects. And going forward, we wish you the very best with your projects, and we really look forward to the results. And with this, I give the final words to you, Catherine. I think.
Okay. Yes. So it's okay. Yeah, it's working. So first of all, I have to say that I am not the head of the research department of the ministry. Well, I'm only the representative of the ministry in the Biodiversa Plus partnership, but it could be not promotion for my career. I keep it in mind. Thank you. Well, I'm going to be brief because you're all in a hurry to relax after this very informative day with the presentation of the 34 funded project by Biodiversa on nature-based solution, and very interesting keynote talk and discussion for each session. I will close this meeting for all the French partners involved in Biodiversa and organizes this meeting. I mean the National Agency of Research, the National Agency of Biodiversity, and of course, the Foundation for Research on Biodiversity, and my ministry, of course. But I, however, would like to come back to the ministry commitment in Biodiversa, which date from many years, already with the ERANET, and now with the Biodiversa Plus partnership, which is particularly important for my ministry. As my colleague was able to explain yesterday during the panel discussion of the policy forum, you will have understood that nature-based solutions are indeed very present in the French national strategy for biodiversity, and also the strategy, the national strategy for adaptation to climate change. In the same way, our ministry, with the Ministry of Research, of course, supports research on nature-based solutions, in particular through Biodiversa, but also through a major national research program named Solubiod, and presented by Martínez-López yesterday, whose one of urban living lab concerns the city of Montpellier, as some of you already know yesterday evening, and you will have another presentation this evening for the other people. And during the guiding tour in few minutes. Our engagement and support at national level on nature-based solution research and implementation is one reason why it was so important for us to host this kickoff meeting of Biodiversa Plus call on nature-based solution in France. And I hope we were up to the job and that you enjoy your stay in Montpellier in this very nice botanical institute of the university. So I'd like to thank the University of Montpellier for welcoming us, and also Biodiversa Plus partner involved in this event, Charlotte, Baptiste, Osman, Andres, Mate, sorry, and all other. I'm sorry, I can't say all your name today, but maybe I have to say Magnus, Rainer, and Ron, our three co-chair. And I want also to congratulate the operational team for organizing this meeting, and especially Clara Soberberg. Yeah. From the National Agency of Research, who will be able to take well-deserved holidays, but not today, only on Friday, because there is tomorrow the clustering session, and not for a long day, because there is other event to prepare too. You told me you have some work and you take only 4 days of vacation. So before releasing you, so that you can judge the outdoor court for the visit of the Botanical Garden and the Living Lab Lenan. You know where it is now. It's the same place as yesterday evening. I could close the meeting. I couldn't close this meeting without mentioning someone. Who was very important for for Biodiversa and also for our national research program on nature-based solution, SoloBiod, and who should have been here with us today. I'm referring to Xavier Leroux, Biodiversa chair during many years, I'm sorry, and co-founder of SoloBiod. Well, I'm sorry. I would like to say his name today because he was very involved in this program, national program and European program. Well, sorry. Enjoy your last evening in Montpellier for those who have to leave us tonight. And for the other, see you tomorrow at the same venue for the clustering workshop on nature-based solution projects. And there is also another living lab that some of you will be lucky enough to stay tomorrow afternoon to visit this living lab on the Mediterranean coast. There is still some place in the bus if you want to join. Clara is here to take your inscription if you want. So bye and take care.